Thank you. Take a seat. 3, 2, 1.
Climate change
go.
is here, now. Last year, 98% of the world's population was exposed to extreme heat. But we can still act. We can protect, rethink, rebuild. We must adapt. Adapt to a warmer climate. Restore river networks. Improve water efficiency. Prevent fires. Protect farmers. Let's build a resilient future, now, together.
Isidoro, join me. Welcome to day 2. Thank you for staying. Welcome to everybody in this room, everybody at home from that camera. Let me say hi to them. Hi to everybody looking at WebEx and YouTube. Yesterday, we put things very clearly on the table. Adaptation is a priority and a growing concern for everybody. These banks want to do more, wants to help more, want to understand more, which are your problems and in which way to collaborate, wants to finance more. They want to know why they are not financing enough, and also they want to help with other services, which is something we will focus on this morning. Isidoro, what did you bring from yesterday?
Good morning to everyone. It's great to be here again. 3 takeaways from yesterday. The economics of adaptation projects are solid. The benefits exceed by far the cost. The challenge is to monetize those benefits. And in order to do so, we need to mobilize our whole non-financial and financial toolkit. So yesterday we spent a little bit of time on the financial side, discussing about what is the potential of green bonds, what is the potential of investment facilities, what is the potential of loans that can be provided by the EIB. Today, we will focus on the non-financial side. I mean, what can we offer in terms of advisory, what others can offer, and especially the Commission in terms of advisory. And we'll have 2 sessions in the morning on the non-financial side, on the advisory side. We'll have the site visit. Antonella will give you more details. And in the afternoon, we'll have the final and great session on the socioeconomic impact of adaptation projects.
But before to start with block 4, let's listen to a message to all of you from our president, Nadia Calvino.
Good morning. I hope you're profiting from this first edition of the EIB Adaptation Days, focusing on the need to invest in the adaptation of our economies and societies to climate change. Global warming is already making itself felt on every corner of the globe and in every aspect of our lives. We need to become more resilient to protect our communities and ensure that the transition to a net zero economy is inclusive and just, supporting most affected territories, sectors and parts of society. The European Investment Bank Group has consolidated its role as the climate bank of the European Union. Gearing up investment in adaptation, mitigation and the energy transition is our top priority to deliver on the EU's ambitious climate goals. Preparedness is key. By anticipating the impacts of climate change and investing in measures to limit its effect, we can minimize damage, save lives and build more resilient economies. Climate adaptation and social justice are deeply intertwined. Vulnerable communities are often the least responsible for climate change, but they suffer disproportionately its impact. By prioritizing adaptation, we're investing in a more just and equitable society, reinforcing Europe's positive impact globally. And that is why it is so important to deepen our understanding of the world's adaptation needs, to share ideas and proposals on how to best use our financing and advisory services for the greatest impact, improving our joint ability to adapt to new realities, to tackle global challenges, and develop the new green economy as a lever for competitiveness, growth, and prosperity for today's and future generations too. Thank you for your contribution to this effort, and enjoy the discussions and the rest of the day.
Thank you, President. Thank you very much. Yes. Isidoro, ready for block 4? 3, 2, 1. Block 4. Go.
So we'll have two sessions on the non-financial side, on the advisory, on what can be provided. We yesterday presented the whole 5 steps or 5 different sessions of these 2 days. We talked about the first one, which was to articulate the situation. I mean, what is in there. We talk about the financial side of the journey of the adaptation, and today we're going to talk about the implementation and the socioeconomic impact. So in order to discuss what can be done in terms of implementation, I mean, some of the problems that we faced on the adaptation projects are in the implementation stage. We see advisory as a tool to help our clients to address those problems, to address those difficulties, to give solutions to those problems. And in order to do so, we're going to have a dedicated session on mission adaptation and the bank's advisory offer.
Exactly. And we start with the Commission and with mission adaptation. And we have the opportunity to listen from the very, very coordinator of this mission, Vanessa Brunoge from DG Clima. She will explain to all of us what mission can do for you. Vanessa, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Indeed, I work in DG Clima, in particular in the mission on adaptation, and I'm coordinating financing for the mission. So very happy to be here. I would like to start with saying again what a big thing the EIB adaptation plan is. The fact that it is in place, the fact that it has an ambitious target, and the fact that we are having the EIB Adaptation Days, which is really something to celebrate because it really brings together so many different stakeholders. And this is what we need to continue to do. Come together instead of working all in our different corners. And also very happy to hear again that President Calvino said that adaptation is one of the top priorities. So I think really from today on, we can only have more enthusiasm to do all of our jobs. With that, going to the mission on adaptation. So what is the mission on adaptation? It is an initiative that was launched at the end of 21 under Horizon Europe, so the Research and Innovation Program. And there's a number of missions that are launched, each with literally a mission, things to do with a certain time frame. So what is our mission? It is to support at least 150 regions, cities, communities, and local authorities to become climate resilient by 2030. So our mission is to be there with them all along the way. And that is also all along the adaptation planning process that we discussed yesterday. If you remember, the program of the Adaptation Days is structured along the adaptation process, the vulnerability and risk assessment, the planning phase, the implementation phase, and the financing. So the mission wants to be there to support regions, cities, and local authorities every step of that way, helping them at the place where they are at. So you will see that, the very diverse group we have in the mission needs very different things. And we try to offer something for each of them. So specifically, our objectives are those. Starting from the bottom, we have to help all regions and local authorities in the EU with increasing knowledge on risk assessments, on how to do adaptation. The second layer in the middle is we have to support more intensively a specific number of regions, local authorities and cities to become climate resilient with very direct bilateral one-to-one support. And then at the top, we have to make sure there are a number of demonstration projects showing adaptation realized on the ground by 2030. So a lot of targets to achieve. Who do we do this with? So for the middle of the pyramid, the concrete support, we have opened it up and said, who are the coalition of the willing? Which regions, cities, local authorities want to be with us and where we can offer support? And they have a commitment, they've made a commitment by signing a charter to do whatever they can to become climate resilient by 2030. And we are committed to help them. So who are they? You can find on the website of the mission the names of all the cities, regions, and local authorities. And we have a lot, much more than we had expected. So we have been very successful. We have gathered 311 willing regions, cities, and local authorities to work with us in the mission. All of them together cover 40% of the EU population. So that is very big for a pilot, because the mission is really meant as an initiative and a pilot. What do we have in place to support the regions and the cities, local authorities, the mission signatories, we call them? Two big blocks. First of all, we have a platform, which is like the hands-on, the practical support, which is called the Mission Implementation Platform, MIP for ADAPT. And that platform is offering a range of services that I will go through in a minute. That's one type of support. The second block that we have is the mission projects. So the mission has funding available to support projects. And that's the second block I will talk about. So first of all, the Mission Implementation Platform here in the middle. What does it offer? So first of all, it has a place in a mission portal. The portal is hosted in Climate Adapt, which is the website of the European Environment Agency. And why is that? Because we want to bundle all the information and not have it plick-plock everywhere. And also, within Climate Adapt, we want to have a space where we can bring information that is not comprehensive, but that picks out the essential things that, if you are a regional local authority, that you need to know to work with. So it's very selective. It's not giving you everything you need, but it's saying, how do you start? You have to start with your risk assessment, your planning. How do you start? And that information is there. There is some general support, knowledge on the portal. We have a community of practice, which is very important, that brings together the signatories and the mission projects and anybody else that has value to add on adaptation. So this is a growing community where information is exchanged and a lot of sharing of experience and mutual help is going on. And finally, the platform offers technical assistance, and I will go into detail on that. On the general support, on the mission portal, you see the list of signatories, you see the list of mission projects. There's quite a few projects that have been funded already by the mission, and you can find all the information on the projects on the portal. You can also access the community of practice via that site, but the community of practice is really for the ones that have signed up to the mission. So that is a little restricted area. And we have obviously newsletters, news and events that you should really sign up to. What support is available to all the regions and local authorities in the EU? You will find on the portal mission stories, case studies. You will find the regional adaptation support tool that we developed together with the European Environment Agency that takes you through the process. How do you do your risk assessment? How do you do your adaptation plan? How do you choose your solutions, choose your options? How do you implement? So the basics, I would say, of how do you start and go on to get to climate resilience. You have an adaptation dashboard that gives you the regional climate risk, so the climate information at regional level. And you have DIY manuals, for instance, to do your climate risk assessment. Because we know not everybody has the funding, the financial availability to hire a consultant to do climate risk assessments. So the mission implementation platform developed an Excel sheet where if you want to do something yourself, that's what you could do. It's not perfect. It's not going to, replace a big analysis, but if you have no resources, you could do it yourself. There's also DIY manuals for stakeholder engagement, which the mission is very much about, because we really believe that you need to start involving your stakeholders from the very beginning and not just at the end. And you will see in the manual throughout the process how you can involve your stakeholders, because it's different at the different steps. And there's a lot of training going on. A lot of webinars are offered on different subjects. So it is there. Pick and choose what subjects you're interested in. And there's also recordings of the trainings. That's the general support. We have the community of practice site. As I said, it's a restricted area for the signatories. We just launched a new one. It's called Futurium. That means that's the software behind it. It's a space for collaboration. And it's also where peer learning is going on. So the platform has a program of peer learning. If a regional local authority says, I am faced with this problem, can you find me somebody with the same problem that I can learn from? Then the platform puts them together. And there's a program for that. Now, when it comes to the technical assistance, what is that? That is available to all the mission signatories. And it is really free consultancy on, first of all, adaptation planning. So if there is a regional local authority that is struggling with their adaptation planning, either they're starting from zero, or they have some barriers, or they think what they have already in place is not good enough, they can ask for technical assistance on that. They can ask for up to 15 days of services, and that's not 15 days in a row. That is, for instance, 2 days. You discuss what's going on, you discuss your problem. The consultant says, okay, let's do this and that. Then you go back. For instance, you consult your stakeholders. Some months later, you get back together, you do 2 more days, you get to the next step. So it's really step by step at the pace of what the region and local authorities need. You decide when, you decide how much, and you decide exactly on what you need help. The second type of technical assistance is on identifying good adaptation projects and finding financing. Also for that, 15 days are available, and you can combine them. You can ask all the types of technical assistance all together as a package, which is probably the ideal thing to do. And then the third type is on stakeholder engagement. So there also, they're specialists. Each time it's somebody specialized in the subject that will be available to you in your local language. What else can I say? The technical assistance is really starting now. So it's still time to get on board. And I was already contacted by a region, and I'm very enthusiastic. Please sign up for it. Try it, make use of it, and hopefully it brings you forward wherever you are in your process. The second block on how the mission can help is through the mission projects. There is money available for the mission for issuing calls for proposals for projects. And which areas do these calls concern? That's the mission areas you see here. ecosystems, nature-based solutions, critical infrastructure, health, water, land use and food systems. And also around it, you see the enabling conditions. There are also projects that we are doing on knowledge and data, governance, finances, and behavioral change. So these are the topics that we believe, first of all, more research is needed on, or secondly, demonstrators are needed on. So especially for the ones in the middle, like water, land use, food systems, we're looking for projects that show that a certain adaptation solution can work in practice. Because this is funded by Horizon Europe money, we're looking for innovation. We're looking for solutions that are brought in a new way, in a new different context, that are applied differently. So there always has to be some innovative element to it. We have already a number of projects running. So projects that have been selected and projects that are now in the starting phase. I just want to highlight two of these projects because they're quite essential to the mission, because they offer also support to anybody at regional level that is looking for support. So first of all, we have the project Climax, and they are offering funding, cascading funding, for doing climate risk assessments. So if you are still at that stage where you say, I would like to get a climate risk assessment done, this is the project to go to. The first call is already closed, but there will be a second one opening later this year. So it is a cascading fund, which means the mission gives money to the project and the project cascades the money down. Then we have Pathways to Resistance, also a cascading fund, but this is for your adaptation planning. So if you want to develop an adaptation pathway, as they call it, then this is the project to apply for. And that call is still open. So if you want money to do this, please apply for the call. We now have also new calls opening because we have every year new calls. And actually right now, as I am speaking, we have the Horizon Europe Info Days going on, where an explanation in detail is being given, and it is recorded, on what money is available for new projects. So I will not go into too much detail on that. I have the links here. I have also on the next slide an overview of the topics of projects that can be, where money is available this year. We are issuing some calls to seek projects that work on adaptation coordination and support, some research projects, and some demonstration projects. And as you can see, the bulk of the money goes to demonstration projects because the mission is about realizing adaptation concretely on the ground. So really, we believe in demonstration projects. We're looking for 12 projects for 99 million euros that is available for the demonstrations. And just briefly, what do you need to qualify as a demonstration project? It has to take place in 3 regions in at least 3 member states. The background is that this is in the context of Horizon Europe. And you must have not only a demonstrator, but also replicators. It's not good enough to do one demonstrator. We need to be able to replicate the new adaptation solutions that the projects work on. This is not something to read, but this is also on the slides that will be distributed to show you what are the different topics of the calls that are open, where the financing is available this year. And then to finish off, Felipe already mentioned yesterday, Lisbon, that is really active in the mission and is also using the technical assistance. So thank you for mentioning that. Felipe, I don't know where you are today. And I wanted to flag that there is an overview of available adaptation funding that was made by the Resilience Project. So you find it also on the mission portal. You find it on Resilience. I just wanted to flag that this is available. And a new overview of funding is in the pipeline and will be on the portal soon. So we hear the needs, and we're always looking for what do you need as regional local authorities to help you. And that's what the mission is about. So do let us know. You have a need, contact us. It's our mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Hold your questions for Vanessa, because there is a lot of meat here, and at the end of the session we will have a 30 minutes of Q&A. And now the offer of the bank is the stellar moment for Massimo E. Alexander, because we will hear the offer of the EIB advisory services in terms of technical support and consultancy for adaptation. Massimo and Alexander.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexander. I work in Advisory Services Department, and I will present to you and give you an overview of the Climate Adaptation Advisory offer of EIB. I will start with some general slides, and then I will hand over to Massimo, who will walk you through some concrete examples and case studies of advisory projects. Just check. Okay. Now, the main message of this slide and the whole presentation is that advisory services is an integral part of the EIB offer and the EIB product offer, and it complements the lending and blending and risk-sharing activities of the bank, which you have heard also yesterday. Now, the overall objective of all the advisory services is actually to strengthen and to accelerate investments which are in line with EU policy objectives. And in particular, the advisory services are intended to improve the quality and bankability and soundness of individual projects, as well as the technical and administrative capacity of promoters to actually deliver these investment projects. Now, since the adoption of the EIB Climate Bank Roadmap and the EIB Climate Adaptation Plan, which you have heard yesterday in 2020 and 2021 respectively, we have actually scaled up our advisory services on climate in general in EIB, and we have launched several advisory programs. One of them is ADAPT, but there are also other relevant advisory programs in climate. One is, for example, the Green Gateway, which supports financial intermediaries. We have also launched a new advisory program to help corporates in their corporate sustainability journey. We have even a program on innovation fund, project development assistance, and all these new climate-related initiatives complement the already well-known advisory programs like JASPERS and LNR. And yeah, as you can see here, in general, we offer quite a broad range of advisory services, both technical advisory services, financial economic advice, and capacity building and training. Oops. Yeah. So on climate adaptation, we have created a dedicated initiative called the ADAPT platform, which also forms an integral part of the EIB adaptation plan. So if you read the EIB adaptation plan, you will also find a reference to this ADAPT platform. Now, this is available to both public and private project promoters, and it offers advisory support throughout the project cycle. It makes available all the technical and financial advice which is available throughout the EIB in different organizational units and in different programs. And it's complemented where needed with external consultancy support, managed and supervised also by EIB experts. ADAPT is also complementary to other EU-level programs and support mechanisms, such as the adaptation mission. This is very important for us to say, which means that also regions and local authorities, also ADAPT is open to them. So all the signatories to the adaptation mission can also come and apply for scaling up the advisory, which is already available through the mission. Now, we have heard yesterday how important it is to actually integrate localized climate data into the project design and into the engineering studies of concrete projects. And this is exactly where ADAPT can help project promoters. So, for example, we can help cities and regions to translate their adaptation priorities in concrete investment and financing plans, and even help them with a concrete financial and economic assessment of individual projects. We can help public utility companies and other infrastructure operators in building the resilience of their investment projects and programs. And we can also help corporates, private companies, in developing resilience plans where they can demonstrate how they integrate the management of physical climate risks into their operations and business model and management structure. Now, interested promoters can directly contact us. So you can see here our generic email address. You can always reach out to us directly. We do not have any call for proposals. We also do not have any fixed application form, so you can very easily reach out to us. And then we will discuss on a case-by-case basis your request and to what extent EIB can support you through different advisory services. Now, this is the last slide before I hand over to Massimo. Now, on this slide, you see just examples of different both technical and financial advisory services which are available. You can view this like a menu of options, actually. Now, but the starting point of every new advisory project is always what is the specific need of a project promoter and what is the maturity of the underlying adaptation projects which this promoter wants to finance and implement. And based on this, we are able to put together a suitable advisory package, which is also customized to the specific needs and to the specific investment barriers which this promoter is facing. And of course, we always agree a very detailed and specific timeline and agree on the outcomes and the deliverables. And all this is formalized in a so-called advisory services agreement. And the good news is that it's also cost-free to all public sector promoters. And with that, I hand over to Massimo.
Thank you, Alex. Maybe just to add a couple of reflections on this, we will present to you a few of the activities actually we implemented over the last 2 years. As Alex has said, the ADAPT platform was created in the context of adaptation plan. It builds on existing advisory. It was it was already in the plan since the start that after a couple of years we will take stock of what works, what needs to be improved. And indeed, the logic is now we will look into how to scale it up. The cooperation with the mission and with the Commission at large is it's established. We will deepen it. So all the feedback that we're getting also during these days is very useful for us to target, because indeed we aim, as Alex was saying, to complement. Of course, the logic here of the ADAPT platform is to I don't see Alexandrina here, is also to do projects, the 3 objectives she mentioned to us yesterday. And the other comment is just on, I explained briefly what Jaspers is. Okay, we have been working for 17 years. What you will not find in the slides, that all the projects we support in preparing and basically implementing are adapted projects, because we work on the basis of the requirement of the Commission. And this requirement is there since the last programming period, so since 2013. All the projects have been assessed by Jaspers, and we have at the moment 500 assignments ongoing, are adapted projects. So I also want to compliment, so on Ischia, we will not go again into the detail of the first phase. Elena presented the first phase. It was actually presented to the authorities last week. This is just to say that we continue supporting Ischia, because in fact, in the package Elena mentioned yesterday, it is agreed that we'll continue particularly on the actual finalization of the reconstruction plan, reflecting the results of the CRVA that we supported, with an identification of a project pipeline that is, of course, done in cooperation with the authority, the special structure that was established for the recovery. We will also help them prepare a number of priority investments. This is linked to a lending, a framework loan, in fact, that is being discussed also in parallel. And also importantly, we will help them in building the capacity to continue implementing the plan. The plan has a perspective of 5 to 7 years as a minimum. Last week, it was discussed that the idea is actually to turn the special structure into a resident structure to help the development of the islands and improving their resilience. So these activities in the medium term are done jointly with the colleagues of advisory, and indeed are one of those activities that Alex has mentioned. How do I do this? Did I do?
Oops.
Oops. Can you help?
Black, left is black. What
So-
do you do?
Thanks. I hope I didn't delete everything.
I will stop the time.
Okay. I think there's a previous slide. Yes. Okay. Another example. In the context of jointly implemented activities in Greece, which had 2 pillars. The first pillar was helping them review international legislation. Greece has a climate law that is actually entering into force this year, 1st of January. And as Jaspers, we're supporting a number of activities. We partner on helping the authorities to review the legal system to see what changes need to be implemented to operationalize it further. And as a second pillar, we have agreed to identify a few pilots to implement actually the new system. One, based on a request from the Port of Heraklion, was actually to perform a CRVA. So if you want, on a smaller scale, a similar exercise as we did in Ischia. And the outcome of this, similarly to what we did in Ischia, was, okay, developing based on Copernicus data and on existing data from the port, a perspective based on historical data of what will be the future for the port and identification of a number of adaptation measures. Now, we are in the phase where the port, by the way, is being privatized at the moment, so they will reflect, but the idea is to support them to identify an investment plan that could be eventually co-financed by the EIB or by other financiers. I mean, this is not necessarily linked to a specific loan done by the EIB. All the examples are interesting. We selected them because they're replicable. So again, and indeed there is a discussion immediately happening in Italy for a similar exercise. A number of ports are interested. This was also triggered by one of the events that happened last year Carlo. Okay, sorry, was explaining there was this dramatic flood, historical flood, and many ports were affected. With the result, there was a huge economic loss, not so much on the loss of infrastructure, but the operativity was delayed for months. And other activities we're performing, as I said, there is a requirement built inside of the EU funds, the so-called climate proofing. I will not enter into the detail, but it's basically a combination of doing a carbon footprint according to the EIB methodology and a CRVA for each project. So we supported in 2021 the Commission to finalize a guidance that is public to everybody, that is provided, but several member states reach out, and we are helping in developing national methodologies, national approaches that reflect the local needs. And this is done in a number of countries. In that context, we're also developing a number of methodological documents that we will publish, and in fact, this is being replicated also in other countries at the same time. Too fast, okay. Okay, this is something that we did a few years ago, the start of the platform activity, which was again with Poland. They were preparing the program for co-financing of EU funds, it's called Phoenix, which is focused on infrastructure. And a new project that developed 44 climate adaptation plans at city level, and this was already prepared. So the request that we received was to help them review a priority set of 12 in order to identify potential project pipelines. In the specific context, the request was to focus on water sector and green and blue infrastructure. So in fact, those pipelines were then later reflected as potential lines into the EU financing program, which is also co-financed by the EIB in the context of the co-financing for the program. And actually, I know we were already starting a second phase of this in some part of the Eastern Poland. So again, the logic was help them identify project pipeline, similarly to what we are helping the cities missions to do together in the context, and basically bring a good practice and international perspective to that selection. We put this also because I think this is also highly relevant and replicable. We are working in Italy on a number of activities, particularly for the South regions, because that's where the bulk of the EU funding is. Sicily is developing a regional strategy for adaptation. They recently restarted the process, so they have agreed the way forward. So they have asked indeed for some methodological support to complete this. But our work will be actually to operationalize it. So basically, again, to support, as it was said also yesterday, making sure that it is in line with all the sectoral planning and eventually influence, as a feedback. The consideration, the mainstreaming of climate adaptation in the sectoral plan is those that are being updated, with a view again to identify project pipelines that can be financed from EU funds, from the structural funds, but also other sources. And I use this to say we're working also in creating similar project pipelines in most of the region in the south of Italy. Adaptation is an objective also of cohesion funds. It will be even more important going forward. So in fact, even if it's not focused on adaptation, there are adaptation components in all these activities. So we're working quite closely with the region of Puglia, Campania, Calabria, and Sardinia to do similar exercise. And this can also be maybe a source of inspiration for the future. If you want to reach out, we will be looking into expanding this type of activities, including in cooperation with some of the mission projects. Okay, and this is the last slide, so I will be excellent time. I think those of you who attended the network session maybe talked a bit about this. Elizabeth, who is in the room, can give you some more details so during the Q&A if you need it. But the logic here, we wanted to explain that this assessment at network level, starting from the historical records of maintenance and the work together, in this case, Infrastructura de Portugal. It's a type of support we are standardizing. It comes from an initial experience done in Poland. And now this type of activities that ultimately result in a climate adaptation plan. I will not repeat the examples of Adif and Lisbon that I think were very well presented by Felipe and Violetta. The approach is similar and we're replicating in another country. We will start soon a similar exercise for roads in Slovenia, roads and railways. And again, in other countries, this is also a possibility. So this is just to give you an idea of what was done over the last 2 years. We hope next year or in 2 years, because I think we will do the inside of the EU Adaptation Days in 2 years. We hope to have many more examples to show you. Thanks a lot, and we'll stay.
So we can ask you questions. And last but not least, Stephen Hart, again from the EIB Advisory Services. He's a specialist in nature-based solutions, and he's working in solutions that are also of interest of the Commission. So there is this collaboration between the bank and the Commission, and we love it, and he will tell everything about it. Stephen.
Hello. They actually kept that picture. I was actually that guy is totally lost. I ran into a guy hiking around in Greenland, and we just randomly set off without a map, and actually took 7 hours to get back. And my body was hurting really badly, but we had a great camera with us, so we had fun posing for pictures in the snow. And but it was also an act of faith, you know, somehow we're going to get back. You know, as long as the fjord was on the right side, it couldn't go completely wrong, right? And it's just those moments where you kind of connect a bit with your inner, whatever that natural ancient instinct is. And I think nature-based solutions is a lot about that. So, here we go. Up, down, right, left. There we go. Now, imagine for a moment that many of the great ideas and investments, like mitigation, adaptation, food, sanitation, innovation, imagine that a substantial amount, all that doesn't happen. Think about it. A lot of the things that we're talking about are happening kind of in the same place, the same landscapes. You're piling in with all these great objectives, you know, 10 squillion, 5 trillion, same place. Now, you can't defy the laws of physics, and you can only partly defy the laws of human nature. Something's going to be done differently. And I think at some level we understand that the way we talk about these things in the past probably isn't the way these things are going to pan out. Now, you can look at this picture and you can see many things. It's what inspired me anyway about nature. I mean, if you go a place like this, you see literally all the processes in nature happening, unfolding before your eyes. And then come back to Europe and think, why don't we have this? It's also nature's forces, right? So we're looking at water, energy, heat, the engine of the physics of nature. And frankly, I sympathize a bit. I can kind of relate a bit to those lines. If anything, on behalf of my ancestors, you know, if most of our families go back 50 years, 100 years, 150 years, most of our ancestors were poor, itinerant farmers. We didn't have the resources to control our environment. We were pretty much exposed to the environment. We were those lions, actually, looking for shade. Back. There we go. So this is about advisory and cooperating with the Commission. This is a knowledge product, which we produced last year. And if you want to save 7 years of painful trial and error, it's not a bad place to start. It took on, basically, it reviewed the natural capital financing facility, which was a nature-dedicated instrument that we did together with the Commission. It also did a current survey of the market, all the players, financiers, project developers, and so on, and tried to extract where are people at right now. And to maybe save you 140 pages.
The previous.
There we go. Key messages. First of all, the language around this is really messed up. People mix up financing with funding, economics with finance, investment with grants. There's an enormous tidying up job to do here to get people's minds focused around what is the core challenge when you're dealing with adaptation and nature, which is the funding side. Financing is the wizardry that connects your expenses with your income, but it's the income side, right? It's the revenue streams coming in that are the main question. So it's an exercise really to try to, divide the landscape up into type landscapes, and it goes through each landscape and tries to see what are nature-based solutions in that landscape, and how they're typically funded and financed. So I'll leave that to you to read. But clearly today, say, public funds are dominant. But guys, all money comes from you. Whether you're a customer or a taxpayer, ratepayer, user charge payer, there's only one population this money is coming from. So it's not even a particularly groundbreaking observation. A lot of projects are small, which means that mainstream finance struggles with this, right? But does it react to this? Oh, it's a bit delayed, isn't it? So, nevertheless, defying the laws of finance and physics, we pulled off a few very interesting operations. Over the lifetime of NCFF, we did quite a range. Lots of fancy financing techniques. We did project finance techniques, contingent debt to equity funds. My goodness. But at the end of the day, someone out there is paying for it. The ultimate source of repayment is kind of you. Importantly, there are some sectors that just align better with nature and investing in nature. And it's got to do with physical footprint and time frame. And these are, for example, the forestry sector and the water sector, for various reasons. In the forestry sector, there's a culture of thinking about the future. Today's foresters are somehow connected with the foresters of the past and the foresters of the future. There's a system of valuation that can capture what you do today, the value that it will have in 30 years can be captured in value today. So there's a natural alignment there. But there's a little trick here. It helps to acquire the land cheaply. That helps. The water sector is so viscerally connected with nature. We all, at some level, want to believe that the water that comes out of the tap at least had navigated partly through nature before it reached us. And in fact, the legislation around water enables those who are ambitious to go the extra mile. I think yesterday, Article 9 of the Water Framework Directive was mentioned. Today, it's treated somewhat voluntarily, which is unfortunate. But for those who want to do something about it, it's there and they can use it. They can pass real catchment management onto the customers. In fact, there's a country that's recently left the EU that does this systematically. So in the UK, for example, water companies have to demonstrate that they've considered a nature-based solution when they submit a scheme to the regulator. But the real point is that the water sector is culturally connected with the nature agenda, and therefore water companies easily step into that space as sometimes as facilitators. Right. But this is the core problem, right? You do problem. You try to engage nature. It means it's slightly out of control. There's a lot of benefit streams, a lot of stakeholders involved, and in a way, lots of people are benefiting. But it's hard to privatize these benefits, which is why effectively we struggle so much with bankability in nature. And that is the core of it, really. So our cooperation with the EC, continues. We're working with DG Environment, DG Klima on the next generation of advisory, and just to try to capture the key themes around this. I mean, one is simply going the extra mile. There's a fancy word called net positive, which means if you build something, why don't you think about just doing it a bit better? And in fact, you can often do this for little additional cost. You can get a lot more nature. Then there's the topic of nature-based solutions. And the thing to remember about nature-based solutions is that it starts with the question of the problem. It's a solution to something. And it's engaging people over that. And that is also why there's such a connection with the adaptation agenda. You start with conversations about flooding and you end up talking about grass. And the wonderful thing about nature also, it's impossible to separate the themes. You know, mitigation is also adaptation. Restoration is also about sustainable forestry. So it's all connected. So it always defies some kind of an easy definition. Okay. Yeah. React. So this is nature using a human-based solution, by the way. This is a sun deck. So really the two key advisory themes at the methodological level. One is about mainstreaming, really trying to get this whole agenda into a bigger picture. And there's so many similarities with adaptation. You often, when presented with a problem, the first thing you need to do is step back, actually, in that landscape and try to reframe the discussion and to create some kind of a positive dynamic, a positive narrative that people can buy into. Otherwise, you have a rather negative dynamic in these discussions. There's a lot of need of just sheer education and capacity building. Most engineers, most institutions, most authorities are just not designed to do this. So you're trying to expand their imagination, their methods. Ultimately, the wonderful thing is if you can find people who have an existing capacity, either in terms of financing, implementation, and to get them on your side to do more. And again, it often points to things like regions, utilities, and so on. Yeah. So I mentioned that the funding side is the key to unlock all this. And sometimes you need to pull a few tricks here. Sometimes it's institutional. Sometimes it's about looking through rummaging through the bags of public finance to find what legislation gives you in terms of tools to capture, say, land value. Again, totally the same thing as adaptation. If you create adaptation, you're creating value for landowners. There's a way of recuperating that. Clever use of grants. And if I have time, I'll just mention a few examples. Affordability. Key issue, putting that in a whole bigger picture. Here's an example. It's an ongoing assignment, in fact. So we're helping Ireland. Now, Ireland has a long history of connection with peat, and by the way, many other countries do. Finland, the Baltics, they have this, it was a poor man's fuel, poor man's income. So it's a lot of rights, inherited rights, actually, around peatlands. So it matters. And what we're trying to do here is create a unified language and accreditation framework for restoration actions on peatlands. So it's about water, biodiversity, carbon, they're all connected, literally, physically. But more than anything, it's about connecting all the people and the institutions, semi-states, ministries, companies who have vested interests in this. And it's a long journey. I mean, it's taken 2 years really to knock heads together and try to create a coalition. We've created a non-profit entity which embodies this whole breadth of stakeholders. And ideally, this will become a template for a nature credit that can be served the nature restoration or whatever whatever comes out of that at the end. Yeah. Just a few really cool examples that we didn't do, but I think they're worthy mentioned because part of what we do is try to find great examples and show the rest of Europe what's going on. This is Lombardy. What Lombardy did is they saw all these corporates, this CSR money, grants, going into random projects, and they thought, can't we guide all this philanthropic money into our regional purpose, our Natura 2000 framework? And so they set up effectively a co-funding scheme where they attract corporates and the combined, like a 50-50 distribution of costs, and then put it into FSC certification and sustainable forestry management. Their problem is that they lost so much of their forest in storms a few years ago. And they're trying to restore this, and there's definitely a need there. So it's a kind of a very dead simple, crowding in private finance in a dead simple way. Right. Another one, for example, Castilla-La Mancha, rather historically poor area, but very big, very forested. You have a rural area that had forests that in fact sit on top of water resources, and then you have urban areas who benefit from those water resources. And what they've created is effectively a voluntary platform. But it's not entirely voluntary anymore. That tends to happen. You start off voluntary and then it becomes kind of more mandatory, and that's a good thing. But basically, this is a partnership of getting between the urban areas who contribute to funding ecosystems management in the rural areas. And the principle is simple. Mediterranean forests don't grow very fast. They don't generate enough revenues for proper sustainable management, which means what happens is foresters pull out and nothing happens. They don't get managed, they burn. By adding an extra income stream for ecosystem services, for management, you suddenly restore management of these forests. That matters. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Say this. You answer to all the questions that you will receive. So I ask Vanessa also to join us for Q&A. Isidoro, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers for the presentations. Very inspiring, Vanessa, about the Commission's mission. It gives a sense, or it conveys a message of how difficult, how challenging some of them are. But also it conveys a message that this is a collective effort, and a collective responsibility to get us there. Let me take a line from Alice in Wonderland when she says, if you don't know where to go, it doesn't matter which path to take, or to say the opposite. It is important to know where to go in order to find the right path to take. And this is something that the missions are doing. Alexander, Massim, and Stephen, thank you very much for presenting the whole range of advisory services that the bank can provide. Advisory is an integral part of the EIB offering. It complements the EIB financial offering, but it also allows us to tailor our clients' needs, to tailor our offering to our clients' needs. I like to think of the advisory offering of the bank as a sort of consulting service. No, we had Oliver from McKinsey yesterday. Advisory allows us to mobilize our McKinsey experts, our McKinsey internal experts, to identify a problem and to try to offer our clients a solution. So there is a wide range of activities that we can offer under advisory, and they were all presented today. So I will open the floor for questions, both in the room and online. So please feel free to raise your hand. Yes, Elena.
Thank you for the presentations. Question on nature-based solutions. I guess a question or comment. The question is, we have this, I guess, a bit of a contradiction that project size is too small often, and yet we know nature-based solutions work best at watershed landscape level. How do we get to that scale, given we know that actually projects that are most effective are rather big, of course complex, so interested in your view. And the comment is, I struggle often with nature-based solutions in the adaptation context, even at looking at certain projects that claim sort of adaptation benefits, don't actually have a proper assessment of the physical climate risk side. And I think it really, it poses a problem also to the effectiveness of some of those solutions. If we don't have a look at physical climate risk, particularly into future, some of these solutions might not even be effective in the long term. So I really would highlight that if we want to have nature-based solutions for adaptation, they really need to have adaptation as a key objective and not as a kind of a side benefit from a branding perspective. So thank you.
Right, so why don't we begin? And why getting a better base basically for risk assessment and a proper realistic picture of which I think. So
Yeah, I mean, people do get lost in the kind of bicycle shed when you talk about nature-based solutions, because they'll talk about, green roofs, disrupted wetlands. Great. But really, co-designing, cohabitating with nature, it requires a bit of a mental revolution here. All I can say is that it's part of what we want to do in our adaptation advisory is to try to challenge problems as they are presented by stepping back, by swimming out and trying to see, well, what is the bigger picture here? Now, that's no guarantee that ultimately people will buy your message. But what we can at least do from an advisory point of view is to make the point and ensure a proper diagnostic of the situation. So we don't rush in and just fix things, just do what we did before, but really try to get a root cause understanding there. But I would also say that from the perspective of trying to make people pay for it, which is kind of the key point here, you have to make it relevant. And there is a school of thought bubbling up now, which is trying to really get those socioeconomic vulnerabilities, the secondary effects of flooding events more into the discourse. What we need to do is take these tools and make them understandable and communicable, because if we want to get people to pay for this, to see their bleak future, to become good ancestors, we need to paint a much more immediate, effective picture than spreadsheets. That is what will make people pay.
Stephen, let me use my position as moderator to ask a follow-up question on this. There are a few banks and financial institutions in the room, and yesterday one of the examples that came up was the energy efficiency sector, the similarity because of the small size of some of the adaptation investments or because of the difficulties to monetize the revenues. In the energy efficiency sector, the banks and the financial sector played a very important role to aggregate those investments. Our financial advisory offer is also available, right, for financial institutions. I think that was in your slides. So maybe I wanted just to, if you can comment on this. I mean, what could we do with financial institutions or banks, or what can offer we could provide to them in order to mobilize also their financial support?
I think there'd be a lot more finance if people were adapting. That seems to be the core problem. And the first problem is to reach out really and get people to understand that they need to do something. And I think that's partly also what drives energy efficiency bills. There's a driver somewhere. But actually, energy efficiency and climate adaptation in the urban environment aren't that far from each other, because a lot of it is to do with, well, you can rehabilitating buildings, making neighborhoods less hot. So there are actually some interesting connections there that there is a potential to build on that say, infrastructure ecosystem for energy efficiency finance, to take it a bit further and to look at buildings, also from an adaptation point of view, like air conditioning and whatever. But generally, yeah, I mean, there's an issue with the, not so much the smallness as the integratedness of adaptation into many actions. And I think I don't think we particularly need entirely new financing methods. I think we just need people to take it seriously, and then the demand will be so much stronger. Yeah.
Thank you. I think there was another two questions, one there, and then Eva.
Okay. Sorry. Can I just give you a comment on something you said? Because I think it's important for. You said that you like to think advisory as our consulting service. I think we need to be clear on these messages. We're not consultants. I'll tell you why. I think advisory service, the EIB, is an enabler. We're not commercially motivated. And actually the logic is to enable you implement the projects that you actually have in mind. And that's why it's free for channel. And it's also allowing to balance a little bit. There is a role for consulting services in all the projects. But let's be clear that our aim is more on the logic of market failure. So sharing of knowledge, building capacity. We're also quite a lot. I mean, yesterday we spoke a lot about capacities. We can help, but we cannot solve it all. So certainly also consultants, if they're in the room. So just to be clear on that, because I think otherwise we risk to pass the wrong message.
Good point. I was referring to the bright side of the consulting, the flexibility that it gives to us. I skipped one question here. Yeah.
Okay. Hernandez, WWF again. Sorry. It's very nice to see all the advisory efforts that are being developed and see how it looks in reality. However, and there's always a but, I see some measures that are being proposed that are hard measures that they may be hindering the capacity to implement other softer measures, other greener adaptation measures. And I would refer to first the IPES and IPCC reports from a couple of years ago, where they say that there's no way we can tackle climate adaptation needs and biodiversity loss needs separately. We need to bring them together. Until today, I must say that the reference to nature was not as big as I would have expected for an adaptation days, but that's because of the background that I'm coming from, probably. It was nice to see that nature-based solutions were presented today. So first is a comment on the need to think of nature-based solutions as the way for adaptation. Maybe hybrid, mixed with gray solutions for sure, because it's not possible everywhere. But by default, we should start thinking green because the maintenance cost is much lower, and they probably hinder less the possibility to implement other measures in the future as compared to gray solutions. And then my question is, you were presenting all these different advisory services, and are you already considering or fostering this nature-based approach in the advisory services you are providing, or are you thinking of incorporating that in the near future?
Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that our cooperation with the European Commission continues in this domain. And say our advisory approach is evolving. You can hear there's things I can't say, but they're going on. And really the approach that we would try to take there is to raise alternative, say, nature-based solutions as early on as possible in our conversations with promoters. I think it's no secret that we would like to be more active further upstream in the project cycle. And these are the discussions and developments that we're preparing now. And it used to be an old adage that mitigation is energy, adaptation is water. So it's really about bringing that landscape understanding as early as possible into people's minds, and providing them at least with the facts, which they don't have today. Actually, they have some understanding, but they don't have the facts, and try to bring that in. What really was a bit of a revelation to me, when you see a river, and you'll see one later today, we tend to think of rivers as babbling brooks. Most rivers have been created at some point by some absolute geological cataclysmic torrent. Most of the landscape that you see today is a result of some rather rare, but for sure they're going to happen again, events. And that memory is a bit of a problem when it comes to humans. And bringing just that certainty actually into people's understanding in these planning processes is important.
Can I just start quickly? Just to keep in mind, adaptation often is not a structural measure in the sense now, when we compare gray with green, you're looking at structural measure. In the projects and in the assignments we're doing, there's a lot of thinking on non-structural measures, which are related either to operation or to awareness or early warning systems, different way of managing infrastructure, which is also an implication No? But I think when Stephen was presenting, I think this is the right approach. When you look at the solution, first look at the problem. Because I expect, okay, you're more expert than me on nature-based solution. Nature will not always be the appropriate solution, and the mix is probably.
More questions.
I have 3 questions. It's Edward. Someone else. Edward.
Yes, Raj.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, I was not first.
Paulina Enak, EIB, just first coordination and capacity building. I have a question to Vanessa, so to DG Klima. We have an overview of the map of the commitments and the signatories in municipalities. And surprisingly to me, Germany was totally empty, while there was such an incredible participation from the French regions and Spain, for example. Have you looked into this, why this is the case? So this is a first question, maybe? All right.
I'm going to also ask questions to Vanessa. We have them together.
Okay.
Do you have more for Vanessa?
Yes.
Vanessa,
And maybe if you could comment about collaboration between the mission adaptation, plan collaboration, and the synergies with the climate neutral and smart cities mission. Thank you very much.
You've stolen 2 of my. So no, I think I just wanted to build on that. I mean, Vanessa, thank you for the excellent presentation. Colleagues, your presentations are okay too. The 2 same points actually struck me. In addition, you spoke a little bit about the setback. I mean, congratulations on having 311 signatures. I think that's a sign that you're doing something very good and useful. Perhaps the other thing, you sort of opened up that bracket of innovation and the importance of innovation. You talked a little bit about the process. I'm actually curious, what does innovation look like in the adaptation space? What are the sort of projects? Is this innovation in the engineering sense? Is this in a sort of business delivery sense? Perhaps you could just say a little bit more about what you're actually learning from the interactions in this sort of innovation space.
All right, thank you very much. So on Germany, very easy explanation. Germany has very good support available. So they have the Climate Adaptation Center in place, actually a Klimaanpassungscenter. So really dedicated support that is available. So the mission is offering support where it is needed, but where it is available locally, then we're very happy to see that that is covered. So it's actually good news. We do have North Rhine-Westphalia on board, which is, I guess, the size of Belgium. That is still in Germany. So on the cooperation with the cities mission, yes, obviously we work together. Cities mission is, of course, primarily focusing from the origins on mitigation, but where there are cities that are in both missions and that want to work on both subjects, we obviously work together. So that's what's going on right now. And then regarding to the process, so what projects do we see? What projects are we funding and what are we learning? It's very diverse. So adaptation solutions can be just as much about governance, because I already mentioned it yesterday. We do see in the mission, we are confronted with governance being really a barrier to implementing adaptation or a difficulty to overcome. There needs to be collaboration between all the levels that are having decision-making powers over the city or the regional implementation of adaptation. And we do have projects that are working on that. For instance, how do we overcome these barriers? How can we make that easier? We have projects that are really research into new adaptation solutions, like the sponge function of the land. So really the water absorption capacity, like demonstrators on that, like how can we make this really work well, and how can we make something that can be replicated easily? It's very broad. we even have like now we're planning a subject on financing because we want to know more. How do we get businesses involved? It's already a few projects have done stakeholder engagement to get businesses that are positively benefiting from adaptation measures involved and trying to make them contribute financially to the adaptation solutions. But we've heard that it takes years to set that up, this kind of stakeholder engagement. And then if you see the kind of money that can be raised, is it, how do we make it more efficient, this whole process of getting businesses involved? So we have research and a project on that as well. So it's very, adaptation solutions are not just the technological ones. It's any barrier that we see on adaptation, we can work on. Thank you.
We have 6 minutes.
We have it here.
Yes. Do I get a mic? Yes. The mic is
I think it's.
So I will speak up. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the speakers. It was super interesting, and I would like to use the EIB, Adaptation Days as awareness-raising days, because I had the impression that, yes, we don't read some of the legal instruments of the Commission, because that's, of course, another matter. But we have just looked at the Delegated Act for Adaptation on Taxonomy, look at the European Climate Law, look at the Common Provision Regulation for the European funds, and what you will find there that we really try to give preference and priority to nature-based solutions in the adaptation space. It's really explicitly spelled out there. So for us, I think the nature-based solutions have been walking on the back of adaptation policy, and thanks to it, in a number of areas, and that's very good news for the resilience and recovery plans. I always see rather the resilience than the recovery. The resilience recovery plans, you had the tagging for climate expenditure 100%. So we were able to argue for very good nature-related projects in some countries thanks to this tagging, because the ministries of finance were telling us, we just take the 100%, for the climate expenditure. As soon as it's 40%, that's not in. And that's very important to remember. So for me, nature-based and adaptation goes together. I don't know how many of you have been really involved physically in an adaptation solution. I can tell you it's always a combination of gray and green, often. You really need, when you restore the wetland, when you restore a floodplain, you still need some sort of hard barriers or a little bit of gray in order to put the water system in place. So I find this discussion about gray, green, slightly artificial, and we just, dividing. On the methods, the landscapes, what you mentioned, the Czechs are now piloting what they call living landscapes methodology, which really, thanks to AI, drone, thanks to people who go and who monitor the territory, and the overlap of publicly available maps, they are trying to visualize something that would restore the water retention capacity of maybe small territory, but it can be a big territory, and the vision is to do it for the whole of Czech Republic. And I think for the future, it would be really important to do it for the whole of Europe. Of course, these are decades of work, because as I said, I do believe into water retention in the landscapes more than the dams. My last question comes to you on land, because land is a very important, what we hear now in the adaptation space, land will be a barrier, land ownership. In Slovakia, we have 4.4 million of owners of plots. How do you want to do a large scale measure with this fragmentation? There's a lot of competition. There is the whole issue of permitting, etc. How come land value is low? That was mentioned on one of your slides. How come a forest value, and I acquired a little plot of forest in Belgium, is so low? How come this is really in terms of value, how land is seen nowadays is so low. And I'm not, now pleading for this to skyrocket, etc. But this is one of the issues I see really as problematic.
Yeah. It's not so much a competition for money, it's a competition for land. If you had all the money in the world today, you would still have to compete for land. And I hope I didn't give the impression that land is cheap to buy today. Because definitely, in many cases, precisely the kind of land that you need to create these integrated solutions is owned by someone, and it tends to be rather expensive. And if you look at the nature space, most foundations spend all their money on buying land. If private investors want to go into the space, they want the control, they want to buy the land. Now, in Europe, there's not much of a culture of what you call easements. If you go to the States or Australia or many other places, in a way you can provide financial incentives to alter the purpose of land. The legislation in Europe largely allows it, but there's no culture for it really, and I think it has to do with the way we have subsidy schemes for forestry and agriculture and whatever, so that tends to be the preferred method. And it's also easier, because if you have a subsidy scheme like that, you can cop out after 5 years, right? It's not actually long term. So frankly, if you're going to get a lot of money and you don't have to tie yourself down for more than 5 years, it's a no-brainer. So this whole business of easements isn't so common. But now you mentioned forestry or forest. It's the value of forest properties in Europe is just, there's an absurd range actually. I mean, in some places you won't get forested land for less than tens of thousands of hectare. In others, you can pick it up for 1,000, right? Again, partly has to do with the fact that there's also an incredible mismatch between the size of the forest subsidies and the size of agricultural subsidies. It's incredible, the difference, when you think the relative importance, right? But yes, dealing with land ownership and the purpose and use of land is the heart of this. Because, as I said at the beginning, you have energy, food, water, it's all piling into the same places. And you could say in the cases where, like I mentioned, Castilla-La Mancha, these forests are undermanaged, fire risk and whatever, and you might get land cheaply. Yes, it belies the fact that they have huge value to society, and we haven't really found a way of say compensating for that. So.
We have time maybe for the last one. You want to take one more?
There was another question, I think. Yeah.
Very last.
Yeah, thank you. Just a very quick question because of the limitation of the time. The first one is regarding the nature-based solutions.
Can you speak up a little bit? Thank you very much.
I will speak a bit.
Thank you.
The first question is around the nature-based solution. I think you were written very rightly in your presentation that the nature-based solution is there to addressing societal challenges. Which is totally right, but most of the examples that we see around the nature-based solution, because I did part of my study on nature-based solutions, are mainly focusing on the nature itself. What do you think of bringing more these type of nature-based solution to the society and to the societal challenges? Do you have some more examples? For example, if a societal needs is an education needs, is a transportation need, can we bring those nature-based solutions to address those type of needs, to bring those solutions from the nature a bit, making it more closer to the society and more tangible for the people rather? Because when we are putting the name of nature at the beginning, normally the minds are growing just on the nature, on biodiversity type of things. So that's one of the challenges that I've seen it being a lot in such of these development projects. And the second question is, it was really interesting that we are understanding that EIB is also helping the regions on developing, let's say, climate adaptation pathways or action plans and these type of things. This is the kind of similar to the things that we are doing in the mission adaptation projects. The practice that we have in innovation action is trying to linking the resilience pathway to the nature-based solution which is happening in the regions, and try to make a good thing link between these two things. That's not having only one nature-based solution, but linking it to a more systemic change which is happening in the region. I'm really curious to see whether you have these type of thinking within EIB, the projects that you are incorporating. You have an internal good cooperation between the among of two of you, having these nature-based solution in one, I mean, let's say department, and the department that you are working. I couldn't really track those on your presentation, but I would like to see whether you have such a these intention there in the EIB or not. Thank you.
Yeah, on the first point, I agree with you that nature-based solutions is a very generous, all-encompassing term that also covers basically nature restoration. And there are all sorts of reasons why you could make that philosophically true or not. I think fundamentally, I used to think that ecotourism sounded like a very luxury thing. But it's become pretty apparent that connecting with nature or being with nature, and sorry to sound like, but is not a luxury. Humans really don't function very well. I mean, you've seen these funny articles about if you bring a houseplant into your flat, your well-being goes up, or whatever it is, But it's really that fundamental. We're not really designed to be completely divorced from nature. And I know the history of mankind is largely about controlling its environment and everything, but nature is actually more than biodiversity. Nature is pretty much, if you really want to boil it down, is that you have a sun that's very hot and an earth that's cold, and there's some serious thermodynamics going on, and it creates patterns that are way beyond our comprehension. And everything that's evolved on earth that you could call nature basically satisfies that equation, right? So yeah, it always defies our explanation and imagination. But we can avoid doing stupid things, right? And I think for that, we just need to take a much bigger view and a longer view of what we're trying to achieve. Fundamentally, I think people want a green city is not a hard sell. It's a really easy sell. You see one, you want one. I think that says a lot. But we need to educate people, give them the skills. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's really not that hard to think about these things.
Alex,
and to include them.
Sorry, Alex, do you want to say something?
Maybe on the second question, I mean, we are fully aligned between adaptation and nature-based solutions. For example, me and Stephen, we are working in the same division, so we try to. I mean, there are a lot of other experts in EIB, other departments, but on the advisory side, I think the adaptation and the nature-based agenda is fully aligned, and also reflecting on your question on the cities and regions. I think there's a lot of synergies between what we do, what the mission is doing. I mean, they're not only the signatories to the mission, but also you mentioned the various mission projects where additional regions and local authorities are participating. And I think where we can really add value from the EIB is to scale up what you are already doing in the mission and adding maybe this investment and financing flavor, which is our added value. So fully agree that there's a lot of synergies between the mission and the EIB advisory offer.
Thank you. We have,
Just one sentence.
One sentence.
Not, I fully agree with what Elena was saying before. Yeah, this dichotomy between green and gray, it's absolutely artificial. The solutions are always mixed. Now, we want more nature. It's probably to think a little bit towards the green, but I agree it's completely divisive. And in fact, what we are trying to do all together is to bring good practices to the ground. So the answer is yes.
And this is an end of this wonderful panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We go to the next speaker from the government of Luxembourg, because, we prepare to this on-site visit that we will do later on. We go to the river, but not in the forest, so you don't need special trekking equipment. We go normal, like urban outfit, right? And we will see in action the National Flood Risk Management Plan, and we are delighted to have here Mr. Claude Schergen, Research Manager, Fluvial Flood Risk Management, Hydraulic and Hydrological Modeling, Hydrology Department of the Government of Luxembourg, to tell us everything about it.
Thank you for the introduction. Well, hello everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm Claude Schergen, like mentioned already, from the Water Management Agency of Luxembourg, representing the Service Hydrology and Hydrometry from the Water Management Agency and also from the Flood Forecasting Center of Luxembourg. So today we are speaking about floods and flood risk and the implementation of the EU Floods Directive in Luxembourg. But just to begin, I will take a few quick time to give you some definitions. Oops, one too big. So when it comes to floodings in Luxembourg, we distinguish between two major types of flooding. First of all, we have the pluvial flooding, also called flash floods, which is a type of flooding where we have heavy rainfalls in a small amount of time, normally very local events, which unfortunately can we not predict very well because it's a meteorological phenomenon which is very difficult to predict. Which make this type of flooding very dangerous because it comes with high stream velocities, which is of course very dangerous for all the assets that can be affected. Like I said, very local event. On the other side, we have fluvial floodings, so floodings of rivers, which is an event that we can forecast. Well, it's not that locally, it's normally floodings around the rivers. So the areas nearby of rivers can be affected by this type of floodings. So floods per se is nothing bad. It's a natural phenomenon that we cannot prevent and is not necessary to prevent in first place because it's good for natures. There are a lot of species who need this type of flooding to get to live in their specific area. It gets a problem when we are setting assets into the flood zones that can take damages during floods. So flood risk is the combination of a flooding and an asset that is that can be damaged during this flooding. For example, high flood risk would be defined as when it comes to a small flood which cause already big damages. So that being said, let's take a look at the Floods Directive and the implementation of the Floods Directive in Luxembourg. That's an image of the Sarah River of the floodings of 2021 in July. So the Floods Directive, well, as I already mentioned, flooding is a natural phenomenon that we can prevent, but we can take measures to reduce flood risk. It's important to know here that the Floods Directive doesn't talk about reducing the flood risk to zero, which is not possible. There will always be some kind of risk when it comes to flooding, even when we implemented all measures that we could take. So that's important to know. But as I said, we can try to reduce flood risk, and that's the main aim of the Flood Directive. Sorry. So we want to take measures to reduce negative consequences of flooding for humans, for the economy, for cultural assets, but also for the environment. A very important part of the Floods Directive is that all people living in the same river basin work together, so that we are not, for example, implementing a flood protection for one village that will cause flood damage at another village. So they have to work together. Some countries or maybe some villages who are located on the same river or in the same river basin. The focus on the measures that we are taking when implementing the Floods Directive are prevention, protection, and of course, precaution. When it comes to the real implementation of the Floods Directive, you have to know that the implementation took place in a cycle of 6 years. After these 6 years, the cycle will begin, and we have to re-evaluate and adapt the measures that we have taken in the cycle before. There are three major steps in implementation of the floods directive. The first would be the preliminary flood assessment. Secondly, flood hazard and flood risk maps. And the third step would be the flood risk management plan and a catalog of measures. In Luxembourg, we are now, in Europe, we are on the third cycle of the floods directive. In the second cycle, which I will present to you today, some aspects of it, we just looked at the fluvial flooding as a significant flood, although I explained on one of the first slides that we also have pluvial flooding problems here in Luxembourg. We did some measures about it, but when it just comes to the implementation of the floods directive, we just looked at fluvial flooding, but we will take pluvial flooding into account in the next cycle. So first step would be the preliminary flood risk assessment. There are different ways to do it. We choose these three methods to do the flood risk assessment. Well, first of all, what can you do is you look at historical floods and see if there has been any damage, how much the damage was, and where the damage has occurred due to floodings. This type of evaluation is quite difficult because the data is not always accessible. You have to work with different parties, the assurance companies. So it's quite difficult to get all the data that you need. More easily is a quantitative assessment where you just look, well, which assets are in our flood zones. For example, how many people would be affected, how many houses, are there schools, are there hospitals in the flood-free zones? So you get a long list of all the assets that are located in your known flood zones. And the third method, I call it now a little more a qualitative analysis, is that you can calculate the costs that will come when it comes to a certain flood event. So as I said, we made these three and get in the end a very clear image on the flood risk situation for Luxembourg. You can see where are the places who are more infected. And so these kind of assessment will help you to take the right measures to reduce flood risk. The aim of this process is, of course, to define the regions or the water courses that are exposed to a significant high flood risk, because the floods directive says that just for these significant high flood risk areas that we have to do these flood risk maps and flood hazard maps. What are they? So let's start with the flood hazard maps. They are calculated by hydraulic modeling, where we also can take historical flood data into account in the process of calibrating our models. Well, in fact, these maps, they show the inundation area of a certain flooding and also give an indication about the water depth. As you can see at the zone with the blue color, at the different shapes, they are indicated on how the water depth is. So dark blue color indicates very high water depth, and clear blue, it's shallow water depth. We decided to add two other zones into our flood hazard maps. So first of all, the blue zones with the red stripes in it. These are zones who are not directly flooded by the river, but they are flooded by groundwater which rose due to a high water level in the river, because groundwater and river water, they are always connected in the riverine area. So you have this intercourse, and a higher river will cause the groundwater also to rise. Then a third zone that we are representing in our flood hazard maps, that are the yellow ones. As you can see there is some stripes of black and green. This represents a flood protection infrastructure. So normally, people who are behind that wall, they are pretty safe, but as everybody knows, these structures can be failure. And the yellow color represents the zones who were flooded when there comes to an event of failure. So it's another tool to show the dangers of all kinds of flooding. Then the second piece of map is the flood risk maps. It's in fact just an intersection of the flood zone with the land use. You can see different land uses representing by different colors. For example, red is an urban area, green is grassland and forest, for example. On these maps, you get an indication of how many people are infected. Here you can see 2 persons, which means from 100 to 500 people are living in that area that can be flooded. Also, it indicates some buildings like schools or churches or museums where there's a very high risk potential. These maps are open to public, but of course, this kind of maps is clearly for civil protection because they can easily work with them, and it's not so interesting for public. Like I said, the cards are open for public. Therefore, we have the Luxembourgish geoportal where all kinds of information can be shown. Here the information, the example of the flood risk maps or the flood hazard maps. So we have 3 different scenarios that have been calculated. So flooding with low probability, medium, and high probability, which of course also have different flood inundation zones. And people can look at them, can make a search by address, and so they can look if, for example, their house would be affected by floodings. Then, after a risk assessment and creating all the maps, we can finally do our flood risk management plan. The flood risk management plan, in fact, is a strategic document. It gets the aims on how to deal with flood risk in Luxembourg and all the member states, of course. It gets an overview of historical floodings. It gets an overview of measures that have been already taken place, a description of the flood forecasting systems, but most importantly, it defines the objects that we are willing to aim. And it comes with a catalog of measures that the nation will be implement in order to reduce flood risk. Yes. So here's the example of the main objectives, of the 4 objectives that we have defined in our flood risk management. I think the first is very clear. We have to avoid new risk because it's also an easy way to work in the field of flood risk. The secondly would be reducing of the existing risk by protection measures, for example. The third would be reducing of existing risk by precaution. And the third is recovery and verification. I now have some examples to share with you how such goals can be achieved. Well, avoiding of new risk, like I said, it's very simple. Just don't build things into the flood zones. That's quite an easy one. Also, it has a big advantage. If you don't build in these flood zones, you also get to maintain the water retention areas, which is of course a big plus on the flood risk management side. But if you have to build into these areas, you can build flood adapted. So, for example, in the picture you see above at the left, the house has been built by just make it more high than a certain water level. So when water comes, the flooding will be underneath the building into the free space, and there will be no much damages. Or you build, like in the big picture on the right, that water can come into your building, but everything has been built in a way that it can take the water pressure, for example, or even the humidity. So that would be 2 examples of building flood adapted. Another example would be an example for the objectives of reducing existing risk by protection. This is an example of the village of Ingeldorf, located in the north of Luxembourg at the Sur River. As you can see, in the 90s, there has been a flood event where, well, the whole village had been flooded. Afterwards, there were few ideas to make projects. The one that has been chosen is a flood protection wall that has been built. And well, since then, we were very lucky that the water level didn't become higher than the walls. So the village has been not affected by floodings since then. But of course, it was not only building a wall. We also have do a compensation of the losing of water retention. As you can see, all this water which is flooded the area in first place, well, in the second place, there's a wall, water can't go into the village, and we have to make sure that this water will not affect in other cities. So there has been compensation measures in order to prevent this stuff. Another measure that everyone can do is private flood protection. So as you can see in these two images, it's just building some kind of aluminum walls to protect your house from getting water in it. This is funded by Luxembourgish government, by the Fonds pour la gestion de l'eau. So if you want to do this kind of protection, you can get some money back from the government. It's up to 75% of the costs, with a maximum of 20,000 euros. And when I get the numbers right, we now funded like hundreds of these private flood protection measures. Then last example, it has to be always something structural, something that we build. Flood forecasting is also a very important part in flood risk reduction. As I said, we are also working on we also represent the flood forecasting center. So we're doing flood forecasting in-house for the Sauer and the Luxembourgish part of the Sauer River Basin and the Luxembourgish part of the Moselle. We have 38 gauging stations all around Luxembourg, where we are measuring water level every 15 minutes, and we are sharing this information on the internet site inondation.lu. And for 12 gauging stations, we also publish the forecasting. And when we are doing our analysis and we see, hey, there will come some floodings in the next 1 to 3 days, we can communicate this with the platform, with the people, by this platform. And of course, then we are also in contact with civil protection and authorities to give early warning of potential flooding. Then I'm at the end, and I thank you for your appreciation.
Thank you very much. The buses are waiting for us outside the building. Oh, because we go to the site, I thought that all the responses were live. But no, Claude is only here because then he has to leave us. So if someone has some burning question for Claude, we have a question for Claude.
You have shown flooding maps with different return periods, T10, 100. Has been that forced with climate projections, and if so, with which RCPs or projection sources?
So I've shown you are not with climate projection. We did a hydrological project to look at the changes in these statistical flood values, HQ100, HQ10 for Luxembourg, so how they would envelop due to climate change. And the result was that there will be no big change in the values. So therefore, it wasn't taken into account in the first place, but the study is old, so we have to renew it. And if there are some changes that we see, then yeah, of course, we will have thoughts about this topic and change that.
More questions for Claude? We have more questions for Claude?
Thank you for the presentation. I think I'm informative. Very often, as you mentioned, what happens in floods is that the underwater comes up also, and if it makes problems worse. And for that, you need compensation measures like retention bonds and reservoirs and so on. And for that, you need a space. Very often in cities, what we find is that there is no space to build any of this infrastructure. What has been your experience on that, and how have you managed, if at all, managed it? Thank you.
Well, of course, it's always a big challenge. You need space for the measure itself. You need additional space for the compensation measures. I think it was one of the first slides where I mentioned that the implementation of the flood directive is a work of different parties all in the river basin together. And it's the same when it comes to the implementation of measures. You have to work together also between different municipalities, because it's often that the best place for doing a compensation measure is not the place of the people who profits from the flood protection. So you have to work with your neighbors to find the best place. And yeah, you have to work on it, speak together, work together, and it maybe takes a little bit more time to get these problems solved, but it's a very important part of it.
No questions for Claude in the room.
Roman from EIB.
Roman, yes.
Thanks for the presentation. What is the way forward? Do you foresee the government investing heavily in flood protection? And do you foresee perhaps also a bit of a different approach, based on the learnings of the last few years and decades? You mentioned there's a study that is outdated. I guess you'll be updating it soon. Do you have like a roadmap and perhaps an investment plan that the government is preparing?
Well, like I said, the implementation of the floods directive is always 6 years, and after that you have to re-evaluate and adapt things. So the first thing, like I mentioned, that we want to adapt is to have more focus on pluvial flooding. We have to update all our hydrological and hydraulic modeling. We are constantly working in the flood forecasting center on the communication side, because it's also important that we just that the information that we have, that it comes to the people, that they understand it. So that is also a big part of it. And also this kind of private flood protections is, in my opinion, a very important part, because, like we discussed now, sometimes it takes a lot of time to take measures to build some infrastructures or natural-based resolutions. Sorry. So there, people can take directly action and protect themselves. But like I said, it's always a process, and after an event, you are looking at what was good, what was bad, how can we improve. So it's never done.
Roman, and then.
If I just want to compliment Claude, Bruno Albers from the Ministry of Environment, maybe to answer your question, what's the governmental, how we will finance it? When the River Basin Management Plan and the flood risk plan was adopted, there was also a financial situation that was explained, and the government has the water management fund that was said. We finance river restoration projects and also flood protection, so up to 100% depending on where it is. So there's a budget line from the government to invest and to protect for flood protection, and is in line with the flood risk management plan, where it was budgetized how much it approximately cost. Of course, then each project you have to detail how much it will be, but there is an engagement of the government to this way.
So thanks for this. And because Luxembourg has such a integrated situation with the neighboring countries, I was wondering how all of this works with Germany, Belgium, France, and so on. Given the rivers are at the borders, are crossing borders, and I mean the natural systems don't care for jurisdictions, right? And then if you have to sequence your assessments, if you have to sequence your investments and implementation, how does it work, especially for Luxembourg with the neighboring countries? What's been your experience?
Well, actually, it works pretty good. For example, when it comes to flood forecasting, We are working together with our colleagues from France, Belgium, and especially, of course, with the German colleagues. There is a group which works together on the basis of the international commissions of the Mosel and Saar, where they meet 2 times a year. The water, as the hydrological model that we are using for our flood predictions is the same as the Germans, the French, they are used. We share the information, so all the data, for example, that we are measuring at our gauging station is sent to Mainz to the German colleagues. They take it, they change the format, send it back to us so that we can work with it. So it's a big group who are working very well together. And when it comes to floodings, of course, we talk to each other. How do you see that? How is the flood situation, for example, for the rivers of Prüm and Nims, who start in Germany, come to Luxembourg. They have the experience of the local behavior of the rivers. So there's quite a great exchange of it.
One more question for Claude?
Yes, Jochem van Sippert from the Dutch Association of Insurers. I was wondering, in your flood management risk plan, what is the role of early warning systems and informing the people who might be affected on what they can do to minimize risk or damage?
Well, it takes a big role, of course. When you know that floods is coming, you can take actions like installing this flood protection, these private flood protections. When you know that you live in a flood zone, you can also take all the actions that are needed. So you can quite quickly respond in order to reduce damages. Therefore, it's quite important, yeah.
Do you do an active campaign informing the citizens that they are located in flood-prone areas?
Okay, now I get the question. Thank you. It's not okay. Well, what we are doing is, for example, today in the evening, we are at the municipality of Lorenzweiler. We have some informational evening where some colleagues of mine will hold a presentation. We share the maps with them. They are printed out. We go with the people and say, where do you live? There, okay. Like you can see, you are living in a flood zone. You have pluvial flood risk where you live. Do you know Inondation Pundalu? I will show you. So we go to the people and actually try to talk with them. And we have been to, I don't know exactly, like 20 municipalities already. And it's always a big part of these concepts in order to protect people from floodings.
And we have also the messages, no? We receive the early warnings if it can become an issue.
Exactly. There are different ways. So what we do, we are publishing a text which resumes the situation. It is uploaded on the internet site. You can have it by mail if you're interested. There's an app called Meine Pegel. It's a German app where we also share the information which comes to the working with other authorities, where you can get push notification if there's some information ready to see. And of course, all the media get information and they also share it so people get warned if there's some flooding.
Any last words? Claude? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, yes, we go to the bus. Bus leaves till 11:20. By 11:20, in the door of the bank, we are back at 12:45. We go directly to lunch, same place as yesterday, the Badanier, and we reconvene here 2 o'clock, super sharp, for the last very important session. You will see, last will be the first. See you later. We are very close to starting block number 5, our last block, unfortunately. Unfortunately, is the last block, but not least, as you will see very pretty soon. Please take a seat. Thank you for staying. You are those who stay. That's wonderful. The world is done by those who stay. Come on. It's true. It's true. Those that consistently say yes, 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 okay, yes, I will stay, yes, I will do, yes, I will take care. No? Isidoro? So, let's do the gong for the last time. 3, 2, 1. Block 5.
Thank you, Antonella, and thank you to everyone who stayed after 2 long, intense, but very productive days. We said yesterday that this would be the last but not least session, and I emphasized the not least part. We want to discuss about the socioeconomic impact of adaptation investments. It's not only an important part to analyze what are the socioeconomic implications because of the point of view of, let's say, justice. It's also important to analyze it in terms of effectiveness. It is important that all the adaptation investments are just and contribute to the cohesion of the regions and to cohesion of the societies, not only because it's just, it's also because it's the only way to be effective. And what we have seen over the last few years, in some cases, the backlash against green policies have a lot to do with a lack of understanding, of a lack of properly measuring and taking into account the socio-economic impact. So without further introduction, I think we can start the session
with some very uncomfortable questions. For example, what would you do if you open the tap, you discover there is no water at all and will never be? What do you do? What do you do if you discover that your house is in the middle of a tornado right now? Or what do you do? What do we do if we discover that our house is in the middle of a fire? These are questions we don't want to ask ourselves, but those are realities that have a lot of substance. So we have asked this question to a lot of people all around Europe. And this is what they have answered. 3, 2, 1. Intro video.
Question, je pense que la première solution c'est d'aller au magasin et d'en acheter de l'eau.
Je vais aller chercher de l'eau quelque part. Il y a peut-être des ruisseaux, des rivières, je sais pas, et peut-être que je sais pas, j'ai des petites pastilles chez moi pour rendre l'eau potable.
I will try to use as less water as I can until I know when I will get more water.
Take the water I still have from my water bottle from university or wherever and just have a bit for the night and a bit for the morning and don't take any showers.
J'ai peut-être quelques bouteilles de l'eau chez moi, mais en fait c'est tout. Je suis pas vraiment préparée.
Bom, je sais pas.
Normalmente eu tenho sempre garrafões em água potável, portanto acho que poupava ao máximo.
Au problème, si les magasins sont ouverts, j'irai acheter de l'eau minérale en bouteille. Sinon, que faire?
I guess I would find the nearest lake or river.
Je vis en appartement, donc ça devient compliqué de trouver un autre plan B que le magasin si on n'a plus d'eau aujourd'hui. Ou alors faut retourner chez les parents.
Qu'est-ce que je fais? Je m'enfuis. Si j'arrive. Sinon, il m'enlève avec.
Contre une tornade, on ne peut pas faire grand-chose, je pense.
Dans mon appartement, j'ai une cave. Je vais directement me réfugier dans la cave si la tornade elle est vraiment très très violente.
Alors là, je vais descendre me réfugier dans le garage.
Just find like the more central place of your house and the one that has like more stronger walls. If you have a basement, then go into a basement.
J'essaie de mettre à l'abri. Je vais à la cave.
Je pense que quand il y a une tornade, il faut aller le plus bas possible. Donc je vais à la cave.
I have absolutely no idea. Like I could close the window, but that doesn't change anything. Je sais pas ce que je ferais.
dans la salle de bain, je mouille des serviettes, je bloque le truc en bas de la porte et j'appelle les secours.
Je vais essayer de sortir avec ma voiture, peut-être.
Se desse tempo, claro que eu tentava molhar a casa, as paredes, o mais principal. Ah, e desligava os quadros também.
Alors les trucs basiques qu'on nous apprend en
You
sécurité.
can find the
déjà,
full
t'as fait,
video
voilà,
in the YouTube channel of the bank, and you see we are not prepared. We are not even considering the conditions that make us be prepared. So what happens when those that need to be prepared and aren't are the most vulnerable of us, and they are vulnerable among any of us. So this is what we are treating as this session, and this is very important. Should be the first session. The people, the society, the vulnerable ones. And we leave it for last because we will take our time to discuss these things with no rush. And I would like to introduce Edina Aksani from the EIB Institute. If you know the Institute is the philanthropic subsidiary of the bank, and Edina takes the pulse of society in many areas. She has a lot of years of experience giving voice to this social collective at large. She will run the next session, so I leave you to introduce your own guests. Edina, the floor is yours. Big round.
Hello, and it works. Hi, everyone. I told myself that I'll be super happy if we have 2 times more people than us together with the panelists. So this is massive. Thank you so much for staying, and I really hope that you will take the most of it. My name is Edina, as Antonella said, and I live on the edge. I work either in despair or in hope, because I work both on the humanitarian projects of the bank. So I see the worst of it. I see the worst consequences of climate change. I actually sometimes have to make decisions on starving children that will never grow up to be full-grown adults because they are stunted. And it is because of a drought that's caused by climate change. But I also see the greatest hopes, because we get to work with social innovators who change the world with their inventions, with their drive, and they live and breathe sustainability and positiveness and net positive, with their being. And actually, the 4 people we have here are on the edge of hope, on the other side of hope, and I'm very, very pleased to have them with us. Gisli Olafsson came to us from Iceland. He is the member of parliament in Iceland, and he has at least 2 decades behind him dealing with disasters from all around the world. He is the father of 5 and the grandfather of 6, and he has a dog named Magma. So when I received his introduction, I read it, I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about him. Then I realized, hey, Magma, do you get it? Magma, that's the name of the dog, and it's because he is from Iceland. And then I also learned that Magma was an internally displaced dog, because he comes from the settlement, from the village, which is now attacked by a volcano. And she has a brother called Ash. So this is Gisli. Then the next one on stage is going to be Carmen Sanchez Guevara. She is coming to us from Spain. She is a PhD in architecture, and she dedicates her time teaching other architects how to build cool. So basically, she is a cool architect. And then we have Christian Clot coming to us. He is the CEO of the Human Adaptation Institute. He is a human adaptation specialist working for more than 20 years on this topic. He has spent more than 2,500 nights in a tent during his more than 60 research expeditions from -60 to +60 degrees. Christian, what do you prefer, -60 or +60? Exactly the same. I think we need some microphones. Okay. And last but not least, we have Shona Witten coming to us. She is a technical advisor in mental health and psychosocial support from the IFRC, so the Red Cross Red Crescent, the International Federation of Red Cross Red Crescent Societies, Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Center of Excellence. Just so many. She is based in Copenhagen, but she comes to us from Australia, where she has spent over 10 years in disaster management, and she has actually been a manager of one of the worst disasters in Australia, the 2019-2020 bushfires. Thank you for being here with us, Shona. And I would like to give the floor to Gisli now to start with his keynote speech, because we've decided he will introduce the topic. And I would like to just give you one reminder. I mean, the socioeconomic aspects of adaptation hit the hardest, the most vulnerable. And I would almost guess that all of us who sit in the room, are among the most privileged. So never forget this. And Gisli, floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. As Adina said, I'm Gisli Olofsson. I spent the last 30 years doing disaster response, first in Iceland as a volunteer, and then doing humanitarian work around the world for about 20 years before going into politics for some weird reason. I keep saying I'm serving time there, like I'm in a prison, but I'm dealing with different disasters when I'm in Iceland. But over the past 6 months, I've had the opportunity to actually connect those two parts together. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about that and the socioeconomic issues that were faced with that particular disaster. The disaster itself is actually not climate related, but it has a lot of climate related, approaches or issues that are similar to climate. Because one of the biggest issue we face, especially when you're a policymaker like I am today, is that the sense of urgency when it comes to climate change is just not there. We don't realize that there is a big disaster just looming across the horizon. And it's, really difficult to have to change that perception for people in order for them to start doing something. And, in some countries you have climate deniers, in others you have, I would say, like in Iceland, we have climate not do anything at the moment. People, they believe in climate change, but they're like, maybe they can take care of that after the next election, when I'm no longer a minister, I'm no longer an MP. And then, of course, we have countries where you're dealing with it. But when you come to, a lot of the issues that have been discussed here, and we just came back from the trip here to see the wonderful restoration of the creek. A lot of it comes back to how we've done urban planning and how we've done planning, in general. Where are we going to live and all of these things, and how are we going to live? And one of the big problems with the way we've designed a lot of things over the past, I would say, 100 years, is that while we've understood that there is a risk involved because of some hazards like floods or other things, a lot of them, when we were doing our risk assessments, were being marked as, oh, this would have a big impact, but it's not that likely. We had a question today during the trip, what kind of a flood was it that this creek had in 2021? And it was like, one you see once a century. The problem with averages like that is that we can have, them happen 3 years in a row, and then none for 300 years, and we still have once a century on average. But what climate change is doing for us is very much pushing us towards having to rethink this frequency of events and then the impact that they can have. So I told you I was going to talk about a disaster that has been happening over the last 6 months. And what I'm going to talk about is a volcanic eruption we have in Iceland right now. It's actually still ongoing. And the reason I'm going to take that is because there are a lot of similarities with climate change. And what are those similarities? Well, we knew, because that area is exactly where the Atlantic Ridge goes through, we know that one half of town is actually going towards the US, and the other one is trying to join the EU in about 1 million years. So it's coming apart, And we know that historically, there's a volcanic period every 800 to 1200 years. And the last one was in 1240. So we go like, that's not a problem for us. This will be something that happens, later this century or next century, right? But again, problem with averages, no, we're actually inside that kind of a period right now. And the area actually has a number of different volcanic systems. And 3 years ago, a volcanic system just to the east of this town started erupting in a nice, great place where we could send the tourists to look at it. It was actually a great thing for our economy because people wanted to come, fly to Iceland, see this thing. And it was in the middle of nowhere. Fantastic. We didn't have to worry about it. But then the next volcanic system over to the west started right to the north of this little town. And all of a sudden, we had an issue on our hand. And what's really interesting about dealing with this kind of disaster is that we've had to do a lot of adaptation in a matter of months, which usually we could have spent years doing. Because we were caught not thinking ahead. Remember I told you we had an eruption 3 years ago in the middle of nowhere? Scientists all said, this is waking up the entire peninsula. You're going to have eruptions happening near that town. And we had 3 years to prepare. What did we do? We didn't do anything. Well, we did a little bit of planning, response plans and things like that. Decided how we're going to evacuate people and basic things like that, but no mitigation, no adaptation. So the town of Grindavik is, I want to say it's like Iceland in a miniature version, because it's a small fishing town with 3,500 inhabitants, about 1,200 homes, a big fishing industry coming through there, that actually 10% of the fish exported from Iceland comes from this town. And it's about 50 kilometers away from Reykjavik, making it an ideal place to live because you could get cheaper housing there. It was a really nice place where you didn't really need to own a car. You could walk to school, you could walk to the store, you had a really safe environment if you had kids. So everybody moved there. But it also has a microcosmos of Iceland in the sense that there were people who made a lot of money on that fishing quota that they owned. So you had really rich people there, but also really poor people there. What happened a few months ago, back in November, was all of a sudden, over a period of about 12 hours, we had magma go underneath the town. Never came to the surface, but it caused a lot of damage like you see here. And this happened also to the houses. So a lot of houses were damaged. And if you put a ball on the floor, it started rolling because actually part of the town went down 2 meters. But still, is it dangerous? There's no magma coming up underneath. Well, we evacuated the town, and we were in the process of looking at what to do next when the next event happened a month later, which was an actual eruption. A 5-kilometer-long fissure opened up, and I lived, in that area, and you just looked at the whole peninsula on fire, and you would go like, shh. Yeah, you know the rest. Because you thought this could go anywhere. But it only lasted for a very short time. But these scientists kept telling us it's going to continue. And what happened on January 14th was that the volcanic eruption actually started just outside of town and just inside of town. And a few houses were burnt because of magma reaching there. But what was more interesting was the magma actually flowed in another direction towards a power plant and actually caused all heating to go out for 38,000 people living quite a far away, because our critical infrastructure was all of a sudden affected. And then back in February, we, after having these eruptions happening for about 1, 2, 3 days, we had an eruption starting that's still ongoing. Now, let's get back to the whole adaptation and mitigation. We started a project of actually creating walls to deflect lava from flowing into the town and into the power plant that is there. 40 million euro project decided overnight by government, passed through parliament, and because what we had to do is not only, allocate money, but actually turn off a number of urban planning and environmental protections for building this. And 24/7 since days after November 14th, they built walls that they didn't know whether were going to be of any use or not. And for the politician, this was the most difficult decision. Why? Because they were afraid that they were going to spend a lot of money on something that maybe was never ever going to be used. What if we don't have another eruption? What happens if the lava goes through the walls? Am I going to be thrown out as a minister because I made a bad decision? Luckily for them, this has saved the town, the power plant, and a number of other things already. So 40 million, and they're all going like, yeah, great, we spent that well. Well, I told you about the critical infrastructure. There's a big, huge geothermal power plant there that provides over 30,000 people with electricity, hot and cold water. So in Iceland, we use geothermal water to heat up our houses. And in the area that is being served by this power plant, about 150 megawatts of geothermal water are, or what is equivalent to 150 megawatts of water, is being used to heat up the houses. And there's a pipeline from that power plant to the various towns. And while we were able to protect the power plant itself, the pipeline had a bit of a problem when the lava went over it. And it got disrupted. And this is in the middle of winter, coldest period of the year, minus 14 degrees outside, and all of a sudden, within 24 hours, 30,000 people had lost heating. Now, simple solution would be, let's just get enough electric heaters to put into the houses. Guess what? The electrical network hadn't been designed in a way that only about 2 kilowatts could be used by each house. If you put more than one heater in, the electrical network actually, and it did burn out. And it took them about a week to restore this. Crazy people who actually put a new line on top of the lava that had just flown over there. Crazy people were able to solve this. We didn't have any damage to our houses. But this was also a big issue, is like, who covers secondary effects of the eruption? Definitely not the catastrophic insurance we have in place. So again, it became an issue of how are we going to solve all of this? And when it came to the adaptation, it became quite clear we needed to make the decision about what are we going to do with this town. It's an important fishing town, important harbor, but are people going to want to live there in the future? And you see this little map Down here is the town. This is where most of the eruption has been happening. And the scientists are basically saying it's dangerous to live there. So the government had to make a decision, what are we going to do? And the biggest issue there was basically, when are we going to tell the population this town is no longer inhabitable? Once we made that decision, once that was made clear, and Mother Nature kind of showed people on January 14th when the eruption started inside of town, they kind of realized it themselves. This is going to need something else. So we had to make a lot of difficult decisions. And it was interesting for me because I was both wearing my volunteer disaster management hat at the same time as being a politician and putting on my political hat. So I was sitting in the National Emergency Operations Center when these people who were the ministers making decisions came in to kind of ask the emergency managers, what should we be doing? So it's interesting to see it from both sides. But there were a lot of questions that needed to be answered. Where are we going to house people short term? And while we could figure out all kinds of things, this was not during the height of tourist season, so the apartments normally rented out for Airbnb were not being rented out, so hey, we could put people in there. And all kinds of temporary solutions, we knew those weren't going to last until the spring. And then we have the big question, what are we going to do with 3,500 people who want to live somewhere else? In an economy that's already strapped because we have too little housing available. Where housing markets are going up, where your mortgage rates are around 13, 14%. Yeah, we got a high inflation and fun stuff. How are you going to deal with all that? What are you going to do with the businesses that were in there? You know, anything from an individual business to the large fishing companies. How are you going to support them? People who were working there who lost their jobs, how are you going to help them? Thankfully, a number of these solutions we had on tap from COVID, and we could just re-implement some of them. But there were also a lot of complex questions like, where do we put all those kids into school? So a lot of questions the government had to start working on, some quicker than others. But there were a lot of socioeconomic problems that we faced. For the people who, you know, had owned the quota, the fishing quota, you know, they had a few million euros in the bank and could just go and buy a new apartment or a new house, no problem. But for the people who are living paycheck to paycheck, or for the elderly who are retired, selling their house and buying a new one became difficult because, remember, I told you it was a cheap place to buy houses. Everywhere else in the market, it was expensive. So how are we going to tackle that? And a lot of what happened was that the government used averages, was doing evidence-based decisions, right? And they said, well, you know, most people own X percent of the housing. Well, all those rich ones that didn't have mortgages offset the average of the people who, you know, owed a lot in their mortgages. So making the average, you know, decision based on the average skewed what happened. And what we're going through right now is actually the fact that there are the elderly, there are groups of people who simply aren't finding houses, aren't finding a place to live. The government decided to buy any house. If you have a house there, you could sell it, and they would buy it for the insured value. The problem we had also was like people whose houses had been damaged we had catastrophic insurance covering that, which was great for the people. They would just get the money right away. The problem was for the people who lived in a house that wasn't damaged and the insurance didn't cover, because the insurance only covered houses that were damaged. So that was the term of the insurance. And the other problem we have with all of this is that any decision we were going to make was going to affect the overall economy. Remember I said we have a shortage of housing in Iceland. So by allowing 1,200 houses to be sold, that means all of a sudden 1,200 people or 1,200, families are buying up houses which we needed for other people. And this is having an effect on our inflation. It's having an effect on, all kinds of other things that you need to keep in mind when you're making those kind of decisions. So when you're doing adaptation, you have to really go into the different groups and think about how it's going to affect this group versus that group versus that group. Problem is we often don't have detailed enough data about the groups that are being affected. The other thing we got to remember is anything we decide upon this actually has an effect if we have to remove a town because of flooding or landslide risk due to climate change. Previously, we had bought up housing that were in areas where avalanches could fall. We'd only paid 50% of the insured value. Now we were paying 95% of it. We're never going to sell a house or buy a house again as a government for 50% of the value anymore. Now we've set the precedent of 95%. So you've got to remember all of this. And finally, it is difficult to find solutions that give everybody an equal support, yet the people you're trying to help aren't that equal. They're living in a very unequal society. And finally, how do you finance all of this? We had talked for years about establishing a national adaptation fund, or a national fund, basically, to use for emergencies like this. Government had talked about it for years, but every time they were going to start it, guess what? They needed it for something else. So we have a bill going through Parliament right now establishing it, and I wonder if we ever put money into it. We had catastrophic insurance. Out of the 1,200 houses, less than 100 were actually fulfilling the term of the catastrophic insurance, because the houses weren't destroyed. They weren't damaged. They were simply in a place where we no longer can live. Think about this if you all of a sudden don't want to rebuild in a flood area. Do you have to wait for the flood to destroy the houses for the insurance to start kicking in? National budget. That's actually what government of Iceland ended up doing. This is costing us at least €500 million, probably going to end up closer to the billion, and they're taking it out of the budget. And that's about 10% of the budget. Bonds. We haven't gotten that far in Iceland to think about creating adaptation bonds. But if you have great ideas, I'm sure the Icelandic government would love to hear about them. And the other thing, the last thing I want to mention is we did have a similar thing happen 50 years ago. We had an eruption on a little island of the south coast of Iceland. And what happened was, back then, we actually did buy up the houses that got destroyed. We did a lot of the things that happen now, but we also were not too proud to go and ask for help. So the governments of Sweden, Norway, and Denmark actually provided a lot of financial support to the government of Iceland. And with that, I hope this little story of a little volcano This, by the way, is not affecting travel to Iceland. It's really a great tourist thing to watch as you're landing at the airport. But then again, there's been a 10% decrease in bookings for tourism in Iceland because people think this is happening. So it's having an economic effect. But I hope this little example reminds you that we need to do the adaptation work before things happen, before it's too late. Because especially when it comes to the socioeconomic issues, the mental health issues, and how we're going to adapt to this changing world, they are so much harder when you've got to do them all at the same time. Thank you.
Beasley, thanks very much. I think he left us with so many questions. I don't know if I worked with the municipality, I would already be pondering answers to my own type of natural hazard and how I would respond. Wow. So before moving on, I have a question to the panelists and to the online audience because they are super kind to stay online. So may I ask them to send their replies to Francesca and she would send them to me and maybe one or two people from this audience. And the question is, if you had one superpower which would help you to be able to adapt climate-wise, what would it be? And I would like to start with the panelists. Shona?
Sure. I think for me, it would be investment in social infrastructure. So people understanding and prioritizing that is important. A lot of what we talk about before and after disasters around adaptation and post-disaster recovery is about physical infrastructure that we need to fix, roads, houses, this kind of thing. But over the years of working in this space, what I have seen in recovery after disasters is it's that the social spaces is that what help us recover. They also help us adapt, help us cope with crises like this. So that is, investing in spaces like libraries, community centres, places where people can gather, investment in community organisations and community-based mental health services, community-based health services. I think we've come a long way in sort of technology and health and all of these things, but we've sort of also centralised things at the same time at the detriment of the local post office, the local bank, people who know you in your community and that are concerned about you if you don't show up to the general store after 3 days in a heat wave. These are the things that help us cope in the long term, but also in moments of crisis. So there's an amazing researcher from the US, his name's Daniel Aldrich. He does research on social capital. And he says that social networks are more important after disasters than bottled water, right? So they're more likely to save your life, than a big pallet of water coming from some other country because we feel like we need to help you, right? So the connections that we have in communities will save us. So I think we need to also consider investing in those before climate change gets worse, before big disasters. Yeah.
Thank you. Christian, what would be your superpower?
So as a superpower, I can do whatever I want.
Yes, it can be being invisible or, shooting out the spider web.
Okay. I will consider it as a lamp, a magic lamp, so I have 3 wishes.
It's a good one.
But it's the same in a way. I will, in quite every country on earth, change completely, deeply, education. We lack a lot about education, about what will happen tomorrow in every countries, apart two. That's important to know that.
Which are these countries? Apart
Finland and Rwanda. Rwanda is the best education about climate change right now. Why? Education is there to educate our child and teenager and grown up, whatever. And we say to them a lot of things, a lot of figures, a lot of numbers, a lot of information. But the brain doesn't work with information. A brain can understand a system only by emotion. If you want to change something, you need to create emotions. If you want to change something in anticipation for something that never happened before, like something like a volcano, these kind of things, you need to create an emotion that make people understand that something can happen and I have an emotion I never experienced before and I understand that I have to change something. So education is the basis. Countries change in 5 years when they change their education. 5 years. You can see Rwanda, you can see Finland, you can see Canada, you can see Korea. So education is the key. And we never talk about education. We don't put money on education. Even more, in France, we put off money about education. And education is also about our politicians. I just don't understand that a person can be elected, go to take his or her responsibilities without any training. How can we accept that a person will take decisions with no knowledge? So if a person is intelligent enough, he will do the job and train and learn. But we should have a law in Europe, at least, if not in the world, but in Europe, that a person elected had to be trained at least for 5 days in the field, not in a room, about climate change. But more than that, we are facing something really, really new in our world. There's 3 kinds of systemic changes that can happen for a society in the world. Systemic changes, that means that it touches everybody in every level. First, you have environment. If environment change, you have to change. Technologies like internet, like ChatGPT, all AI. And you have societies like when there's a war or things like that. For the first time ever, these 3 main changes arise at the same time, meaning that the amount of changes we will face will increase and accelerate in a really high level. Do you think we are prepared for that? Education.
Okay, I have to say that I've been discussing with my colleagues about this very difficult question, and some of them came up with something like, why not having a European bank willing to invest on adaptation? So, but it was like too easy. And I would say something related to what Shona was saying, this common willingness or this creating the ability of creating these social networks to collectively adapt, to not leave behind anybody. I think this is going to be the key to approach to adaptation. Or we do it together, or we're not going to do it. And for that, we will need to be generous. And so, yeah, the ability to create a community would be the magic thing to achieve this great challenge we have.
Which is almost like going back to when we used to have real communities, right?
I don't know, we tend to think before it was better, but now there's very interesting movements, cooperatives. So I think there's a network out there, and we need to work with that.
Yeah, when I was doing humanitarian work, I sometimes felt that like my superpower was to convince high net worth individuals and corporations they should put money into disaster response. And it was easy, actually, because when you have the suffering in front of you and you can, articulate the needs that are happening after a disaster has happened, it's easy if you're able to touch their heart, their wallets open up. I would like to have the superpower to be able to do the same when it comes to financing things before the disaster happened. Because it has been shown in a report written a number of years ago for the World Bank by a Nobel Prize-winning economist that every dollar you spend on disaster preparedness saves $6 in response. And yet we put so little into adaptation and mitigation and disaster preparedness because it's not sexy. It doesn't touch your heart as easily as it does when you show them, a child affected by a hurricane. So if I had a superpower, it would be to convince all of you and all the other funders and donors and financiers put more into the work that happens before disaster strikes, because you're saving a lot of money.
Can I add? I completely agree. What I would also add is often the money that's spent after disasters is heavily, like most of it is about physical infrastructure. So rebuilding essential services, which is obviously very important. But when we use, I've heard this, what do you call it, calculation a lot. But what is so difficult to fund is long-term support for communities after disasters. And this is also when there's appetite in communities for adaptation and preparedness, because they're motivated to change, they're motivated to protect themselves in the future, but also they are dealing with long-term physical and mental health implications of the disaster event itself. So whenever I hear people saying, we want to put money into preparedness, I completely agree, preparedness and adaptation, but we also need to think about these events are going to happen anyway. So we need to be thinking about how do we also diversify the way we support communities financially after disasters. So yes, the built environment is very important, but how do we almost use recovery contexts as an opportunity for adaptation also? Because I think it's easily shown with the volcano in Iceland, but also the range of different climate-related hazards that are continuing to happen, we will be working in some kind of recovery context always, right? So we're not in a kind of blank slate situation where we can just talk about preparedness and adaptation. Most places that we work in the Red Cross are recovering from some disaster or crisis, or in the middle of long-term slow onset events. So thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. So we have two from the online audience. One of them says, I would like to coordinate the whole world into the climate matter and speak the truth to them, make them understand regardless of where they are, what they do, and their educational level, i.e. bring them all together to address the climate matter. That's one of them. And the other one says, I would like to get everyone to act by doing what they can. So how about the audience? What superpowers would you have? Would anybody want to share? Yes?
Actually, first, I have one comment. Yes. There is no such thing as a difficult question, but only answers, probably. Sometimes silly answers, but anyway. If I would have a superpower, I was thinking all the time of being Batman, but I could not solve our problems now. Probably the first solution would be to clone our planet, but clone it like it was Earth 60 or 70 years ago. If this one doesn't work, probably I will roll back time 60 or 70 years ago. That would solve also one of my desires to see Pink Floyd in concert.
That's amazing. This is design thinking.
That's how we could keep the balance start, yeah.
Anybody else? Yes?
What? Can we shall I shout? I think, first of all, if we would have superpowers, we would prevent them from happening, right? But then the next big thing is not the preparedness in general. We would prepare the consequences touching people. Yes. So you have to think through the value chain, the most upward, because often that's the best way to prevent something. I'm a Dutch civil engineer. We build dikes to a certain level. We decide of how high the dike should be. And then we don't put that much into disaster preparedness because it's not a good value for money. Money is limited. So even if we would have superpowers, I think the next question will be, how would we spend each euro most effectively? And I think that's where your point came in nicely with. If you have a bang for a buck 6 times, it's better.
Thank you. Do you maybe work in a bank? I have another person. What would be your superpower?
Yeah. Actually, I really like the idea. I think it was really even interesting this point that our panelists say about the emotion, which I really liked it. But if I had the superpower, I was going for changing the current human being on the Earth's lifestyle. Because I think the current lifestyle is, climate adaptation and not really getting addressing it correctly. It's because of the lifestyle that we have currently, which is not really adapted with nature and the way that we are supposed to live on the Earth. So my superpower could go for the changing the lifestyle of the human being currently, which can go for a better living, which is more adapted with the Mother Earth. And it's not only the matter of words. The reality is it is now showing us little by little. From the climate change perspective, from the health perspective, we see that this type of lifestyle is affecting different dimensions of our life, which one of them is the climate change.
Thank you. You speak from my heart. So we have I'm afraid one more, very quickly.
Yes. Yeah, I think my superpower would be to make people really feel into the future. We're talking about impacts that maybe take place in 100 years from now, and I look back and I think, what happened 100 years ago? No, it's when my grandmother was alive. I'm unable, so probably she was completely unable to imagine how this moment would be right now. So I can imagine for people to imagine what is happening in 100 years is extremely difficult. So how we do translate that to present and how we make people feel what they're not going to feel themselves by their children or their nephews or their future generations. So really to visualize that, and I think it's extremely difficult even with smoking. That would be a great power to have.
Not yet, Christian, because now we have small presentations by Shona, Carmen, and Christian, because you've prepared with something. So if you could just talk a little about, yes, because that's the order of the slides.
Okay, the order of the slides. So I think I wanted more to tell you a little bit of a story also like Gisli did, and I just have some photos here that, do you want me to have a thing? Okay. So I'm Australian, you might be able to tell from my accent. I worked in Australia for Australian Red Cross in disaster management for many years. And when I started around 2010, our head of emergencies at the time was on this kind of mantra of there's no disaster season. You know, the disaster management sector at the time was very much like the summer season in Australia is when we have disasters. That's what happens. And the rest of the time, you know, winter, we can relax. So, and that was kind of coincided with fire season generally starting in late November and going through to sort of March. And then in sort of La Nina years, maybe also cyclones in the northern part of Australia is sort of February to April. But our manager was like, you know, other things happen. We respond to all sorts of not just natural hazards, but also house fires and, you know, other kinds of events that happen. They can happen whenever. That was really his sort of thing. And so, you know, we went off in our different parts of the work that we do, and we really had that kind of, that was something everyone was kind of saying, there's no such thing as a disaster season. And honestly, it came up all of the time, particularly with hazard agencies, so police, fire, you know, the flood people. It was always like, oh, well, when the disaster season starts, right? And so this is not that long ago, maybe 15 years ago. And by the time this photo was taken, which is from 2019, this wasn't really a thing anymore, right? So this is this is somewhere in northern New South Wales. In 2019, bushfires started in the northern part of Australia in Queensland in July. That is the middle of winter in Australia, not a fire season. And this photo is probably from about September in northern New South Wales, which is south of Queensland. So fires started in July and spread down the east coast of Australia. And the fire season wasn't officially declared over until March of 2020. So this following picture. This is a small town called Waitalaba in the northern tablelands of New South Wales. This is a community that had about 200 houses. They lost 80% of the properties in their town. It's about a 2-hour drive from the closest town, totally one road in, one road out. Many people were still there when the fire went through. So, this is the reality of climate change, right? This is outside the disaster season, the fire season, in early spring in New South Wales. This is another town. This is what I think I wanted to bring and show you what the impacts of climate change look like. So I was here, this is also in the Northern Tablelands, after the bushfires. After New Year's Eve in January, I found myself south of Sydney, about 7 hours in another town that was burnt out. And then while my colleagues were in Victoria also, which is further south again, which also had fires at New Year's Eve and early January. And then the island of Kangaroo Island, which is off the coast of Adelaide in South Australia. 60% of the national parks on Kangaroo Island were burnt out in March. So I went back to Australian Red Cross in February of 2020 and managed the post-disaster recovery operations for about 2.5 years. That was the largest recovery operation we had run in the history of the organisation. And when we started in February of 2020, we had 2 long-term recovery workers. 2. By March, we had 30 in the field and in coordination roles, and we trained them on Zoom because also what happened at that time, if you remember, was COVID and lockdowns. And again, I think this is starting to, this is the environment in which we think is down the line, but it wasn't. This was 4 years ago. We had a pandemic, which we know epidemics will increase with climate change. And we had some of the worst bushfires the continent of Australia has ever seen. And then we also had, over the preceding 2.5 years, fires in the west coast of Australia, a cyclone that made landfall in Western Australia, hours south of any other cyclone ever. Most of the properties that were destroyed were not built to cyclone grade because there'd never been a cyclone that far south in the west coast of Australia. So when we start talking about mitigation, we're also in the space now of places, cities, towns, communities that are not used to the hazards that they will be facing in the future. We also then, back on the East Coast, had floods in communities that had been affected by the fires only 12 months before. So they'd been burnt out and now they were being flooded. And then 12 months after that, some of the same communities flooded again, as well as the town of Lismore in northern New South Wales, which was probably one of the most costly flood events that have happened in the history of Australia. And this is in a 3-year period. I left my job. I moved to Copenhagen to get away from the heat. No, I very much miss the weather in Australia. But the point I wanted to make from here is that the bulk of the people who do the work in supporting the humanitarian impacts of disasters and climate change are in many countries volunteers. Like Gisley is a volunteer. The bulk of the Red Cross movement are volunteers, and these are the people that do the work when the fire, the flood has gone through. There's some staff, there's some people like me that get paid to do this, but most people who do the work are volunteers. And so by the end of 2022, I was pretty tired. I needed a break from recovery work every day, day in, day out. But also that, I went back to lead a recovery operation and was then leading 6, not just 1, all at the same time. So the challenge we have also in the humanitarian space, but also in the broader kind of response space, is the ability of people to do this work into the long term. So I think other photos I've got are volunteers just of volunteers in the movement from all around the world. This is the Turkey earthquake. This is disaster management volunteers in Kyrgyzstan. And these people will be getting up every day to do the work of supporting people who are affected by climate change. And we just did a piece of research with some national societies on what they're most concerned about around climate change and mental health. And the first thing they all told us was we're concerned about our staff and volunteers and how they will continue to do this work. We don't know if we're going to have enough people that are able to continue to do the work. It was certainly an issue after the fires in Australia. Also, to be able to support the response during the fires, 9 months of volunteers turning out day in, day out. They've also got jobs. They've got to pay their rent, their mortgage, look after their children. So for us at the PS Centre, we're starting to think about what is it that we can do? How do we support caring for staff and volunteers, embed this work more, because it's not just the physical impacts or the mental health impacts, it's also how people get up every day and continue to do this work. So, and it's all over the world. This is, and it's not just hot weather. This is Mongolia. They suffer from these zuds, which are really cold weather events. And again, the people who are doing the work need to be looked after. So I think I will leave it on that. And hopefully I've just given you a different perspective of what we need to talk about in terms of climate adaptation. We also need to think about how we adapt and continue to be able to support communities. Thanks.
Carmen, you are next. If you would please talk to us about your work, which is a very different aspect.
I have to click through lots more of my slides.
You have more?
That's okay. They're just.
Do you want to say anything?
No.
Okay. Okay, here it is. Right. That's mine. Okay. Just wanted to bring some clear ideas on how climate change and adaptation to climate change is related to vulnerable populations, especially in cities. Well, first is that health matters. I haven't heard anything about health within these 2 days. And I would like to say that adaptation is a matter of keeping population healthy in health conditions. And if we extend this idea, I would say preserving the right to have a decent life with adequate conditions. But health is in the core of everything. And here I give you a graph of Spanish cities. I know there are many Spanish in the room, so maybe you're looking for your city. This is a graph made by some colleagues, epidemiologists, and they're seeing that while temperature is increasing in some cities, because the mortality is triggered at certain temperature, and it's different between cities. And it's because of the adaptation of the population. So they're seeing that even though temperatures are increasing, in some places the mortality is not triggered. The increase in mortality temperature is not, it doesn't go in parallel to the increase in temperature, which means these cities are adapting better to climate change. This is one issue. I want to bring some hope, it's possible to adapt to climate change, and some cities are achieving through several plans. Also, I bring, I'm sorry, I guess this is a PDF, not a PowerPoint, but this is an image of the urban heat island in Madrid. I bring it because I wanted to keep it clear, the idea of that cities are going to be like the battle place for adaptation. The urban heat island is a phenomenon, maybe you all already know, in which the temperatures increase in the city center compared to the outskirts. And it's not a constant value. It depends on the hours of the day, but it has its peak during the night. So we are talking now about adaptation, about the idea that climate change is already here. But I have to say that in 2015, we were measuring Madrid urban heat island, and we recorded an increase of 8 degrees in the center compared to the outskirts. So temperatures are incredibly higher already in cities. So I don't want to imagine what's going on. Yesterday, Carlo Buontempo, he was talking about, he was saying that cities tend to change the microclimatic conditions. So this would be like, this can give you an idea of how much they change this climatic weather. So within 20 years, I don't know which is the records we can get in cities like Madrid, for example. Yeah, now you can see. Well, this is to show you, this is a dynamic phenomenon. So during the nights, we have this urban heat island. We have the center of the city warmer, and during the days we have kind of cool island in the center of the cities. Well, so after studying the urban heat island, we were like very impressed by the increase in temperatures. But then we wanted to work on the adaptation of the population. And of course, we wanted to work with those who would face the biggest difficulties to achieve adequate thermal comfort. So we started thinking, okay, and where do the lowest incomes in the city live? I remember yesterday someone was saying, we need maps. We are not the only research group developing this kind of maps. There are a lot of maps. So we detected that there are, in the southern part of the city, we could find the lowest income households living in inefficient buildings and in the hottest areas of the city. So like the third idea would be we should try to search for the hardest to reach and those that are more vulnerable, because we cannot leave them behind. Unfortunately, those ones with wealthier conditions, they will be able to pay for their air conditioning, refurbishing their dwellings, whatever. But maybe people in these areas won't be able to fight these high temperatures. And this is something related to to be efficient in investing, I think. Another idea would be, okay, you all know the European Commission is doing strong efforts on refurbishing, retrofitting buildings. We have the renovation wave. Okay, but for climate change, the way we are refurbishing, renovating now, it's not enough. It's not about just insulating buildings, but also in the southern part of Europe, in the European basin, we need to increase solar shadings, take advantage of thermal inertia. So there are a lot of knowledge in the southern part of the Mediterranean area. I think that they will be exported to the northern parts. And besides buildings, for me, the most important part is working at the urban scale. Trying to decrease these urban temperatures is crucial to decrease energy demand in buildings. We cannot build or refurbish buildings to become something like a thermo, because they need cool air from the streets. And for that, it's basically adapting cities, but with this idea that adapting cities, introducing natural-based solutions will decrease energy demand in summer in dwellings as well. And of course, we will decrease the huge installation of air conditioning we are facing now, and which is not the solution, because this will be paid by some households, and it will increase urban temperatures. We already know that. And in line with that, here I bring you some collective actions we've promoted with a project promoted by the European Commission. The project is Culturize. And we've been working with communities, with vulnerable communities in those areas of the city in which we had detected many households were going to face summer energy poverty. And we started working with them in spaces they already used of the public space, but that they were not comfortable during summer. And we need to think about these climatic shelters to escape from heat during summer, because maybe in many cases this idea of cooling these 80 square meters of each dwelling is not going to be possible. So we need to collectively gather in spaces to be cool during summer. So we help them through co-design to decide what they needed, where they needed some shading, how they use this space, and this linked with this idea of creating communities. They were communities already working, already having certain projects. But with this, we've helped them to have spaces to gather during summer to escape from the overheating of their dwellings. And also, Chris, to what you were saying, the idea of increase or improve the education. This has been done with architecture students. So we brought our students to face the reality of these neighborhoods, and they worked with neighbors directly. So hopefully the way they will approach climate change, vulnerability issues, when they will be like effective architects, I hope it will be different. And I think that's all. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Carmen. Christian, you are next. Please talk to us about your work.
Yeah, well, I had some picture, but you asked me to present my work on pictures, so I will go quickly on the pictures, and after I will talk a bit more about adaptation itself. Yeah, so my job is just to show you firstly nice pictures, because I think we talk a lot about disasters. So I think it's nice to have a bit of nice images for have a small time together. This is nice, right? It's also why we have to fight, of course, to save humans on biodiversity, but also to just save this. And this one, for example, is one of the last cold glacier in Patagonia. All the glaciers are melting now, but this one. So yeah, this is also the reason we have to fight to change our behavior considering climate change. And rainforests. We burn so much rainforest right now. Anyway, my work is mainly to try to understand what is adaptation for a human being when facing new, tricky, hard situation. I will talk about how we work, but I personally and with my groups face really hard conditions of climate, like minus 60 degrees, plus 58 degrees. It's under shadow, of course. So when you talk about plus 58 degrees under shadow with 3% humidity, that means that when you swallow some water, it will evaporate from your body before reaching the belly. So you can't cool your body. That's something you have to think about, because we had 3 weeks with 50 degrees in Pakistan 2 years ago. You can't cool your body. There's no way. So it's an awfulness. Every cell of your body is screaming for water, for cooling, and you can't cool it. So I never experienced something more painful than experiencing this kind of conditions. So how we work? We try to understand what is adaptation for people, for human beings. We work in two kinds of situations. Firstly is situation when we put people in new situations. So we take people without any experiences of climate change, and we put them suddenly in just one day in a desert, in a rainforest, in a polar land, and we study them. We study them 2 years before, during the exposition, and 2 years after. So we can really follow what happened to a person when suddenly plunged in a new situation. I talk about new situation because what we try to understand is what is the mechanism of adaptation? Is there one kind of mechanism that every kind of change situation will activate on a human being? So we not only work on climate issue, we also work, for example, in caves. We put people suddenly in a cave for 40 days. And again, nobody live in a cave. So it's a full new situation that people suddenly have to adapt. And also we cut all information of time, all information of sun, all information of having communication with outside. And we do a lot of this kind of experimentation. I won't show it all experimentation, but we try to understand with this kind of situation, if there's a mechanism of adaptation. We do exactly the same job. So yeah, we work with scientific devices. We developed a lot of scientific devices to work in the field. Funny enough, we are the only group in the world doing this kind of researches. That's something I can't understand anyway. Of course, we use also all the devices like MRI and so, but that's not important. We do the same kind of work where with, of course, less devices on people facing real life situation like migrants in Bangladesh, in Honduras, in Myanmar. And we work with more than 60 kind of situations. Migrants experiencing tsunami, experiencing earthquake after a war. And each time you do the same kind of study to see again if there's one way a person can adapt or if there's plenty of different ways. So if there's plenty of different ways, we can't do nothing. But if there's one mechanism of adaptation, maybe we can train people to adapt. So we worked on a lot of different conditions, like COVID was a perfect thing for us. We liked it so much. Where 5 billion people locked down at the same time in the world. I mean, wow. So we create a huge study with other groups in the world. So we study thousands of people in the world to try to understand the mechanism of how they adapt to these kind of conditions. And we work on each kind of situation, like in offices, in cities, in hate issue, and whatever. And hate is maybe the worst thing that can happen in the future. We talk a lot about disasters and else. But I don't want to talk too much here about hate, but hate is really something that will completely change our life. Because it's not only what we suffer as a human being or a species, but it's also, as just said before, that everything collapses. Electricity doesn't work anymore. You don't have water to drink. So much thing happening when it's hot. But we really have to consider hot and hate situation in the future. Again, when you try to do some studies about hate issue, nobody want to finance it. It's a craziness. I mean, we will face really hot conditions in Europe, and we need to go to Middle East to find finance to try to do our studies about hate. That's something we have to consider also. We talk a lot about financing, construction, walls, buildings. When we talk about financing science, about understanding how human beings will face it, it's much more harder. Anyway, so we try to understand what is a human being as a person. We study everything on a human, epigenetics, brain, microbiology, anything. We study these people in a group. So what is a group of people? And this group is under conditions and ecological conditions. And we need to understand all the systemics to understand what is adaptation. You can't just consider one human or one group or one situation. That's a systemic things, as just said before. So yeah, I will just maybe talk about what is adaptation as a human being, because we talk a lot about adaptation. And when I hear people talking about adaptation, I hear people talking about building, changing facilities, changing the way everything's infrastructure, but human being, we don't talk a lot. And what is nice is, yes, there is an adaptation mechanism for human being. So we may train people to be more adaptive. First of all, we have to understand what is adaptation. Adaptation is the way from conditions where you are stable and balanced to a new conditions where you will be stable and balanced after a change. Meaning two things. You will have to change something in yourself or your behavior or your group or your system. And changing for human being is really hard. Changing a behavior, you know that, is the hardest thing you can consider. So because it's hard, we prefer to change infrastructure and laws. It's easier. And now it's easier to consider we will send a mirror in the sky to stop the sun, because it's easier to do than to change behavior. Yet, when you change behavior, or when you prepare persons to consider things that can happen, things are much easier. What is adaptation? It's a 4 steps situation in the brain. The first step is acceptation of a situation. When something happens, or when you think that something can happen, you need to accept it. Without acceptation, you can't begin the adaptation way. Acceptation is not just letting it down or doing nothing. It's considering the exact reality of a situation. And that is so difficult to consider something that never happened. What is the true reality of a situation I never know before? So we need to find solutions for the people to feel what can be the future, to accept that it will be something absolutely unbearable. Only at the very moment you have accepted a new situation, whatever it is, past or present or in the future, you begin the adaptation path. 3 steps there. First steps, you will be in what we call interest conditions. So we try to understand what happened, try to do things, try to understand everything, every people, every stuff. And that takes a lot of energy in the brain, a lot. Meaning that at a time, you have to put your brain at rest. That is the apathic time, and that can take days, weeks, months. Why it's so dangerous? Because in an apathic time, you can't take new decision. You can act on what you know. You can't create new solution. That is so important to understand that. It's why you really need people coming from outside to help you at this moment, because you can't really act in the right way because you can't understand new situation. Then you have the constructive part. And to go from the apathic time on constructive time, you need one thing, so important. It's an emotion, a positive emotion. Something that helps your brain to understand one thing. What is doing the brain when you take a decision? That's a question I ask you. A brain to take a decision will do an assessment. Every decision you make is the same assessment. What is the cost of my decision? What is the benefit of my decision? If I consider that the benefit is less than the cost, I don't do it. That's as simple as that. We can be happy or not with that. It's a true reality in the brain. If the benefit is less interesting than the cost, I don't do it. So you need an emotion, a positive emotion that consider that the benefit will be nice, so I can try things to get out of the situation and fight for it. So at the end of all that, I don't want to do a too long explanation, but at the end of all that, we have three things to consider. First, adaptations need a change. And because it needs a change, we have to consider what we are as human beings, as our behavior, and what can we change in our life to prepare the future. 2, you need an emotion. Without the emotions, you don't take a decision. Every decision you take is based on an emotion. Meaning we need to create micro scenario, education, whatever we can think to help people to understand and to feel what can be the future, so we can decide to change something in our life. And third, but maybe the more important, we all know that rebuild is expensive than changing things before the disaster. So when we talk about benefit and cost, we try to explain to people, there's a lot of paper about that, that it will be too expensive for the future to rebuild and we need to spend money now to prepare us. All that is figures and numbers, and figure and numbers never made anybody change. Nobody never changed with an information. You change for an emotion. If you want to train your people, consider what kind of emotions you can help them to feel. And there you can do something.
Yeah, so this was the reason I invited all of you, because we really need a new perspective. And I hope you agree. I mean, if you disagree with what Christian said, would you want to raise your hand if you disagree? Because really, yes. Esther.
These were brilliant, all of them. Christian, I come from Spain. Every summer, we know how the future would look. You know, we will have more and more heat waves every summer, more and more continued, and with higher temperatures. Every 2 years, we are in March saying, well, we don't have enough water because there has not been sufficient rain. People get stressed because they swim in summer in the swimming pools and so on. And then it rains, and then the weather refreshes, and then people forget. So we have the information. Carlo Bontempo gave us information of what is happening. We have the emotion every year, but we don't take action. So what is missing there in your opinion?
So that was the question, exactly what I would like to say just after, so I will say it now. I miss one thing about all what I said. When you have the emotions, you need to take actions right now. And emotions will disappear at the very moment the situation stops. And it's too late. It's too late. If you want to take actions, you need to do it when you have the emotions, the feeling. So that's something we can maybe change in the way we tackle the situation when something happens like a heat wave, like a disaster. It's hard because when there's a disaster, a heat wave, something difficult, we will try to find solutions on what happened now. And it's normal. So in the response we need to have people not to push a response, but to consider, okay, now we have this situation, we need to project something for the future and decide things we will act right in the moment the situation stops. That's the reason you can't do anything. It's just you let things happening, having emotions, and after go down without nothing.
There is a question from the audience.
Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, as you said, everyone agree with all these words, and thank you for sharing these great ideas. The only thing is, when we are coming to the real world, we see that this discussion is happening in the very end tail of a two-day conference. In the, let's say, kind of saloon, which means that there are less audiences listening to these type of things. So I'm not saying that it is less important.
The ones who are here. I'm just saying it.
I'm not really that. No, I mean, we agree on it, but at the same time, you know that I really take very, very nice messages now. But it's really important to see how we can really bring all these things to the priority, to the action, which is going to be really important. And that could be part of the continuity and advocating it, and to see, and I think it is our responsibility to be innovative enough and pushing it more and more and continuously to bring it as a priority. Maybe next time it's going to be the first session rather than the transport.
I think, yes.
You all have answers to that. Thank you very much about the how.
No, I don't have an answer.
You do. I know you do.
No, I don't have an answer. And I think it's such a great point. And it reminds me a lot of many disaster management conferences I've been to where the people are at the end You know, the impact to communities, the impact to individuals is the kind of afterthought of a conference about disasters where we sit and listen to people talk about newfangled fire trucks and, you know, building walls to protect people, you know. So, and often the people are at the outside of the conversation rather than they're at the center of the conversation or at the beginning of the conversation. And reflections from my, you know, years in this space is that it requires people who are a bit outside of my, you know, I'm a humanitarian, my job is people, so I don't need to be convinced. But it's the people who work in other sectors that can be champions. So you can be, you know, the impact of you sitting in this room is, you know, I started thinking about the people more, you know, and so how do you bring that into your work? All of you, right? So I suppose that's a request, an action for you all. You know, when you look at a proposal or you're looking at something to fund, how does it impact people? Where are they in this piece of work? Thanks, Christian. So, because we will still be doing that. The humanitarians will still be banging on about the same thing at the end of the conference next year, hopefully, but maybe you'll make it at the beginning. So, yeah, thank you.
One of the things that I learned during my humanitarian work was actually building the relationships between the humanitarian workers like me and the people with money by actually sitting down together and learning, you know, for me, it was to learn how the donors worked, how the finance institutions worked, how do you create bonds, catastrophic bonds, you know. While I didn't have that understanding, you had that understanding, but I understood how we could then leverage that mechanism to really make an impact. And I think, you know, what I was really lucky to do was to build up a relationship with a few key donors that every time a disaster hit, it wasn't me calling them saying, can you provide funding for this response? It was them saying, how can I support? And when you get a call, you know, in the middle of a disaster that is huge, and it's, if you get another $1 million, what would you do with it? You know, that is not something you're used to getting as a humanitarian. Usually you're going out to try to get something, but when you have built up that trust, when you've built up that relationship, that donor knows how they can truly have an impact. And it's taking it from that, you know, I'm having some impact now, you know, that's a check mark in my CSR report, to I know I actually made a difference, which is a heck of a lot more than a check mark in a CSR report. But you do that by building relationships, and that was at least my way of finding ways to support each other in this world of trying to help people.
And
trust building.
The other thing I see, and it comes back to Christian's cost-benefit analysis, is that a lot of things are not monetized, which maybe should be, because if we think in financial terms and we think about, you know, return on investment, etc., maybe we should monetize other things that we haven't thought of monetizing. But we had a question there and there and there and there.
That was really my question, because we're starting to incorporate the benefits of nature, of healthy nature, into this cost-benefit analysis. How do you transfer human despair to a cost-benefit analysis? Is any of you working on that? That would be good to know, because we're in a bank, no?
No, I'm not working on that. But something that comes to mind a few years ago with when I was at Australian Red Cross with Deloitte Access Economics, we did a report on the social costs, the economic costs of the social impacts of disasters. So we tried to quantify the impacts on people's social and emotional lives, which is, I think, kind of you're getting at, sort of. And so looking at what happened when there was a death in a family, what happened when people needed to access mental health or psychosocial services or physical health services. So not just, often disaster impact, for example, is quantified in insured losses, right? So this disaster cost $1 billion to the economy or whatever, or this many people access claims, but we've never really quantified the social cost. So the report used, I think, 3 or 4 different case studies from Australia and found that, if I remember rightly off the top of my head, the actual impact, the actual kind of economic loss of particular events was twice that when considered, more than twice that I think it was, when you considered the social impacts. So what we see is a total underestimation of the impact, the financial or the economic impacts of disasters. So if you can figure out how to do that in a similar way to that report or in a different way, then I think that would be very compelling. But again, that goes back to what Christian was saying about emotions. I mean, I think what really activates people to part with their money is emotions in the aftermath of disasters. And I think the challenge with some of the climate impacts is they seem quite far away for people, and so it's not yet emotional enough. It's not urgent enough. And so I think some people who do the work, like me, we need to do a little bit better at communicating that to motivate people. But that's also why I wanted to talk about extreme weather events that are happening more, because they are happening now, and we can be really kind of compelling and emotional about those. It's some of the slower onset things like heat that I think we're struggling to motivate people. Christian?
Yeah, it's interesting because now we have a study in France. We make a study in 88 countries, and we had 1.5 billion people saying they consider they will have to change their home in the next 10 years because of climate change. What do we do for that? The question is all what was said before. It's the cooperation we can create, not only when the disaster is there, but the cooperation we can create right now. It's funny enough because in our country, cooperation is something we don't really understand how to do it in a way. We are really trained for collaboration, doing things together. But cooperation go a bit beyond. It's trying to understand what is the emotions of other people to try to understand what they need. And they will understand what I need because they understand my emotions. That is the difference between collaboration and cooperation. And cooperation is created only by one thing. You have to see the face of the person you talk with or you have an interaction with. I go back to education. It's not true for every country, but in a lot of cases, education is exactly like we are right now. We are one behind another. And so we don't learn to the young people to create cooperation, to create things we will work together, we will understand together, we will create together. We don't work on projects when you are at school, so we don't learn how to create a project when everybody have something to give to others, and if we take all what we have all together, we have a super solution. This is things we have to learn really in the young ages we have. To cooperate, to create projects together, because we understand that I don't have this solution, you don't have this solution, but all together, we have this solution. And that is the only response we can give now to the people. Creating cooperation and action now, and not after the disaster, because after the disaster, you have to deal with what we said before.
I think, it's a question of how you measure the cost benefit. And in a financial institution, you're very much trained to look at like how many people were impacted. That's a way of measuring things. But I think we need to rethink how we measure things. And we need to think about how we measure things as emotions. And, I ran a project 10 years ago, or close to 10 years ago, when we had the flood of refugees come up from from Syria up through Greece and up through Europe, where we installed internet Wi-Fi sites at 86 points, ranging from the islands of the Greek all the way up through to Germany, used by about 1 million refugee families. Fantastic measurement. But when you went and you spoke to a few of those people and you learned what impact it had to be able to, as you landed on the island of Lesbos, you were able to make a call to your family on a free Wi-Fi and say, I am alive. That was a lot better measure of benefit than 1 million people connecting ever was for us. So I think, and what we ended up training some of our, well, training is maybe not the right word, but teaching some of our donors to do was to celebrate those kind of impacts in their reporting of what they did, instead of focusing just on number of people served. Because there's over 8 billion people in this world, and we can, even if we add up all the numbers that everybody in this building has ever impacted, we're not going to reach anywhere close to that. So we got to work on the emotions.
Yes, just to add an idea, when we want to measure or monetize these impacts to understand whether it's worth the investment, my experience when we've been working with households and communities, and especially when we talk about adaptation to heat, suddenly all the qualitative indicators are very important and very difficult to measure, as you were saying, which is the price of this call. And right now we are struggling. In fact, the European Commission wants us to say how many gigawatts did we save when we worked with the energy poor, and how the amount of energy we saved. And it's like, okay, the energy poor, they will never save energy. And in fact, it would be wrong searching for that. But anyway, I will present the final report of the project saying, okay, 0.7 gigawatts saved in all these energy poor bills. But at the same time, we are trying to understand the improvements they have achieved. Like, do you feel you can cope better with heat? Or did you manage to avoid extreme temperatures this summer? Because we are working with them and sharing the knowledge of the community as well, because it's not like, hey, we are from the university, we're going to tell you how to stay cool this summer. Instead of that, it's like, which is the knowledge in the field with the grandmas we are working with, and how you adapt and how you can share with your neighbor the knowledge you have. And then we can come with the academia knowledge. But it seems there are wide, qualitative strategies to avoid this exposure, that it's not just like decreasing degrees at home or decreasing, I don't know how, the energy bill, but it's like how you behave, which is very connected to what you were saying. And this is like the world of the qualitative research, which is extremely difficult, bad news for you. But it is true that it won't be always like the amount of energy, the amount of people, but how they feel and how they are struggling if we are alleviating this suffer. And this is, from our side, this is what we are seeing, how we can measure that, the real impact.
I'm not sure whether monetizing is going to be a good common language that we are going to use, because many of these items that you are saying cannot be really monetized.
It's not the right word.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Use indicators, something like
that.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
Christian, you wanted to say something? And then we go on.
We have to go on. But there's a funny thing about adaptation. As I said before, adaptation is stable and balanced, meaning that you have to be in balance with the ecosystem you have. In a lot of time, we think we are adapted to a situation because we feel nice and it's okay. But it's not true. And in fact, we are unadapted to our world since more than 70 years because we use much more facilities than the world can offer to us. So when we talk about mitigation and health, in fact, we're talking about adaptation. We're talking to go just back to be balanced on the ecosystem we have surrounding us. And that is something we have maybe also to change the vocabulary, all these kind of things. Adaptation is to be balanced. And when we consider that, we can consider, okay, what do I have as an ecosystem? And when we create new solutions, new buildings, new whatever, new infrastructure, we have to consider when we do some assessment. But I'm really shocked because I follow a lot of adaptation assessments and I never see the word balanced. Is the solutions I offer is in balance with the ecosystem we will take the energy or food or whatever we need. And when we consider that, we change a bit the way of understanding things and the emotions we have, because being balanced is what every human being try to find, being balanced.
Thank you, Christian. We had a question first from you.
Just a couple of quick comments and then a question to you. I work for a private bank, Rabobank, and clearly, if you look at those challenges, it's a financial economic lens that you use. So I recognize that possibly it's not the best thing to try to monetize everything. I will admit that. And secondly, I recognize that this stress tests that are very important in our profession are probably underestimating a lot of people. So the suggestion is also to make that clear from your side, that things need to be rebalanced, also in the stress test. But then again, on the financial sector is at the start of communicating more with clients on how to respond to those challenges. And then clearly, I think the way the financial sector is starting with this is with figures, is with a lot of data. So then my question would be, could you also advise the private part of the financial sector? So I'm not especially talking about the donors, the multilaterals. I do think their approach is a bit different. But I sense that private banks are just about to start that conversation with millions of clients. Should you do something to your house, or have you thought of the impact of heat on your business? So if you start on the wrong footing, probably you lose out some of those elements that are necessary for change. And yeah, your advice can be at the right time. And I sense that our government, the Dutch government in this case, is also seeking that advice a lot from behavioral scientists, things like that, but the private sector is not. Just an idea to you, and if you have a good advice.
Sure, I can maybe start. I think one of the important things for private sector companies when it comes to disasters and crisis and climate change is that nothing will guarantee you that you will keep your employees and keep your customers better than how you treat them in a time of crisis. Start with the employees. When I used to work for Microsoft in their corporate social responsibility part, and when there wasn't a disaster around the world, I was advising international institutions as well as governments around how to use technology in disasters. But when a disaster struck, I led the response of Microsoft to that support. And one of the things was we mobilized our employees. And I spoke to an employee a few years after that said, at this time, when I was doing this work with you in a disaster, I was being approached by Facebook and Google, who were offering me higher salaries and bigger bonuses if I joined them. But because I was allowed to do this kind of work, helping people, I stayed at Microsoft. And that particular person is still there 20 years later. So that's the employees. But the same applies to your clients. The more flexibility you can give them in the times of need, the more, let's say, forgiveness you're willing to give for them going through a difficult time financially, which these kind of crises always affect your finances. That's going to be your customer for life. So investing in the, not charging that particular fee, offering lower interest rates, where you're not making as much money on those few that are affected, that will pay you back. And I think that's the way to think about it, is that these things actually create opportunities for you to create those bonds with your employees and with your clients that are going to be worth so much more than you actually invest financially in it.
I would echo that. Certainly in Australia, I've seen companies do exactly what Gisli's saying. Banks pause mortgage repayments and that kind of thing for, a few months after the disaster, those types of things. I think from the NGO perspective, these people are our clients, but then for us, certainly when I was in my Australian role, we were approached by a lot of corporate companies that wanted us to provide support for their staff and advice, and weren't particularly interested in remunerating us for our advice. So I think the interesting thing was we were then seen as the corporate sector could also be our clients because we're a humanitarian organisation. But the problem is that took us away from our core purpose with a kind of dangling of potential funding for us at some point. And we had many, during COVID, I spent countless hours doing wellbeing sessions and things like that for our corporate partners that very, very didn't often translate into financial support for us. And at the end of the day, that is what we need. We've talked a lot about new ways of doing things, but also to enable our support for humanitarian causes, we still need to be able to fund work that is already underfunded. So this is the kind of awkward like elephant in the room here, is that we can provide support. We are experts in our work and we can give advice, but we also have learnt that the hard way. We also have very talented people working for us, but we have to pay them. So that is also a challenge for all NGOs, that as soon as we're taken away from our core business to do this great work, because it is really impactful to work with corporate partners, there's a trade-off, and that often when, it doesn't go in our favour often, but sometimes it does. Yeah.
So this pausing of mortgages, it happens quite a lot. But also businesses that change their business model towards regenerative farming, changing fundamentally how they operate. You also get a break for accepting lower profits. So that works, but my point was a little bit more to we really start to engage with millions of people on this topic where you want them to take action, then I think the more effect you have if you reach this understanding level. It's not only the financial thing, but your suggestions they are complementary to our approach. So thank you for that.
I will give 2 words that is complement all that. The first one is exemplarity. I think when things are all right, there's no disaster, everything's good, exemplarity is a necessity. I don't say you don't, but we saw so much people talking and acting differently. I think now in our world, people will go with people who show them exemplarity. And when things happen, immediate actions is required. Never wait. You will improve your actions, will change it, but at the very moment something happens, take actions, talk to your people, talk to your team, talk to your clients, because they need it, because they wait for that. And it's so important.
Okay, so
one quick add-on to this. There's also a lot of expertise, for example, in this room. You know, I mentioned earlier adaptation bonds or catastrophic bonds, catastrophic insurance. All these kind of things are things that you deal with on a daily basis. But a lot of nonprofits don't know how to leverage those to create solutions. I used to work for an NGO that was based in Africa, and they just launched across 8 different countries a climate insurance for smallholder farmers who live on about $2 a day. And to figure that out, they had to find a partner to work with, and how to create that, how to structure it in a way that worked both for the insurance part as well as the NGO. And I think one of the things we can do as a group here is to be more innovative in creating instruments that enable you to make an impact using your knowledge of the financial sector and how to create things there, and our knowledge of the people and how they are affected, and it creates opportunities for both.
I have a first solution for you. No, I'm joking, but we talked about emotions before and funny. When you do actions to create emotions, it's really hard to finance it, in fact. Just to give you an example, it's a publicity, so sorry for that, but we create a climate chamber, a mobile climate chamber, so we can put people in a real 50-degree situation at work. So they will work at 50 degrees, they will walk in the street, they will do all that at 50 degrees. You let them 30 minutes inside this chamber, they get out, they want to change. I promise you, they want to change, because they just realize it's impossible to live in these kind of situations. So there we offer them solutions. They can act right now to do something in their life to change. It's the best thing I ever did in my life to help people to understand the really situation of a climate change. We find nobody to finance it. That's the true reality. We have solutions to push people to understand things, and a part of EIB who try to find a solution, nobody accepts to finance this situation because it's not a structure or infrastructure solution. That's the reality.
Those.
But you have to build it first, right? You need some money to build it. We have received a few minutes more. So there is one question, and the gentleman was very patient actually too, but also I would like to ask the online audience if they have any questions, and please be very fast, because we would also like to wrap up. Like I have a last question also to wrap this up. So please leave us some time.
We locked the door, so it's okay.
Yeah.
We have it tonight.
So to your question, please. No, you were the.
You were the.
Yeah.
If I can wait, I can try to talk with Gisney and Christian.
I want to go back to what you were saying earlier, the need to act before things happen. There's a recent study about what happened in New York a few years ago with the big hurricane and what happened to people psychologically. And it found that those who were more resilient, who didn't have like mental issues after, were those who had experienced something similar at a small scale. And this relates to what Christian was saying earlier. Emotion, being in a shock situation can trigger action if you work on this. So I was wondering,
Is it a flow of human beings? We need to be shocked before being convinced. We need to act beforehand. And do you have a way around it besides the machine that puts you in a 50-degree situation for 50 minutes and you have to die, or to convince? Because in the EIB, where I work, you understand, we need to do more adaptation. We don't have a lot of clients coming to say, please help us fund those projects. So we need to find a way to convince. I don't know if it's a shock therapy, we need to do something else, but I'd love to have your ideas.
Sorry, quick response. First, it's true that more you prepared, best to face a new situation and best to tackle this situation. That's for sure. Why? Because the acceptation time is already done. So you can immediately go to adaptation and find solutions. So yes, more you prepared, more you take actions. That's fine. Fortunately enough, you don't have to be shocked or to almost die to understand that you are prepared. There's a lot of way to prepare people. And yes, we can have some short time in, for example, a climate chamber or this kind of things. But the best is, this is nice, but best is to create conditions where you are surprised. The more you are surprised in your life, the more you create in your brain the system and the dynamic to understand that you can change really fast. And you can be surprised with a lot of nice things. With painting, forest, nice time with people, cooperation, people telling you something you don't understand and you try to understand, playing chess, learning a new language, learning to play piano, whatever. Each time you do something that surprises you and push you in a new skill, that help you to be prepared to a new situation. So yeah, you don't have to die to understand that you will die.
But what also matters a lot, and you mentioned Hurricane Sandy, a team made up of a number of friends of mine was an advanced team for FEMA going into the area. And they got into the area that was predominantly a Jewish community. And when they came into that community, the people there said, don't worry about us. We're taking care of everybody here. And that's because they have a 3,000-year-old social network of how to support each other. And they said, go further down that way where the Orthodox Russian community is, who don't believe in the government, who don't listen to any warnings. They're in dire need. So community plays a big role too. And building that community, and that's one thing we have lost a lot of everywhere, in the past decades, is like this sense of community, helping your neighbor. The reason the Jewish community didn't need help was because the Jewish community in the neighboring states had already started bringing food and other things to their community back down in New York. So we need to figure a way to rebuild those communities.
And I would also add that in terms of long-term coping after disasters or after incidents like this, that if people feel that they have a sense of agency, can make decisions, can make decisions that are going to have positive outcomes. This is one of the key things we know is an indicator of good outcomes after crisis or trauma. So if you've got a little bit of experience of something that was difficult, you kind of already like, I probably can manage this. And so that thought alone is really protective for people. So when we were doing preparedness work in Australia, we would talk about this nice acronym AIM. So to help people think about psychological preparedness. So how will you cope in that situation? So anticipate. So what might happen? Think about the different things that might happen in a particular event. Identify how you will feel. How is this situation going to make you feel? What are the things that are going to come up for me? What are the things that are going to be concerning for me? For example, it might be, I'm not going to be in the same place as my child. That's going to really stress me out. How am I going to manage those reactions, right? And even that process in itself, you don't have to have had a difficult experience to actually cope better. If you do that kind of mental exercise, which is what Christian was talking about, this can help us. Just putting our minds in the space of dealing with something that might be very difficult can also really help us cope. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Do we have time for just... Yes. Okay, so thank you very much for the audience to have come, to the online audience, and of course to the speakers. Before we leave, what one advice would you give to our audience to take home, to change from today to tomorrow? And don't say become vegan, something else, please.
I would say find a way to work with others on making a difference. It's by working together across sectors, across organizations, that true change happens.
After talking about all these great disasters, like be ready for the big one, no? I would try to bring here some hope. We need to start imagine how this new life should be, how this life in 20 years should be, how my adapted life would be, and also linked with the how this adapted and mitigated life would be, which means small, like bad news, embracing kind of austerity, but how we are going to live that with joy. So that would be like my advice. Imagine within 20 years your decarbonized life, your adapted life, how it will be, and start living it now.
Yeah, no, but I don't want to make a teaching, but it's how much pleasure create things in the brain. It's unimaginable. So yeah, have pleasure, as just said, and just always consider the leverage you have at your own level. We always try to figure out big solutions, something that will, wow, that's so huge. Just take leverage that you can tackle at your own level and do it. Just do it. If everybody does the same, that's just amazing how many things we can change.
I think so. As the mental health person on the panel, I will say something about that. So I would ask you to think about someone that you can go to for practical support when things go wrong in your life. So one person, you can put their name in your phone or write their names down in your notebook, that could help you with something. You know, if your car got a flat tire, if you needed some help around the house fixing something, who in your life would that be? Who in your life would you speak to if you needed to talk about something that's stressful for you, vent, go to for emotional support? And then, because I'm the humanitarian, the third person that I think you should speak to or think about is who you could go to put people in the center of your work. So what is the one forum you could take from here and think about how we can put people in the middle of it? So 3 people that you could think about.
Thanks very much. Thank you to all of you.
Spectacular, spectacular panel. We always run out of time with our panels because they are extremely interesting. Sit back in your first row. Closing remarks. We have 3 kinds of closing remarks, not 1, not 2, but 3. And the first one is from you. We ask your help. We ask your help to, let us know what is in the top of your mind after these 2 days. You, queens and kings of synthesis, what is in your top of your mind after these 2 days? Please let us know. Let us understand what is here. Anyone? What's in the top of your mind? Massimo, what is in the top of your mind? No, Massimo, what is in the top of your mind? 1 sentence, 3 words. Queens and kings of synthesis.
That's a meeting.
Well,
a lot of new friends.
That's a good thing. What's in the top of your mind? Well done, What's in the top of your mind, the fiery lady? What's in the top of your mind?
With her, fantastic organization.
You get drinks.
I also want to applaud those in the background because they always get neglected. The ones who we're not seeing, the ones who are running little laptops over there. I would like to thank them as well because
Well, they will not be neglected this time.
The second thing is the collaboration. There's a lot of work to be done, and I think we should not underestimate the collaboration, what we can achieve if we collaborate together.
More.
Cooperate.
Cooperate. Which need emotions and empathy. More. What's in the top of your... 3 words, 1 sentence. 1 word. 3.
Empathy and compassion.
Excuse me?
Empathy and compassion.
Great.
Over and again.
What else is in the top of your mind? What is in the top of your mind, dear lady?
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
A lot still needs to be done.
Yes, certainly.
Preparedness better than recovery.
Preparedness is better than recovery. What else is in the top of your mind, dear lady?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. It's more interesting than the pressure of the first page. What else is in the top of your mind?
I have one.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes.
It was just a further reminder of how beautiful it is to be with people and how much energy that gives. And I think it was said by this panel, we cannot stop meeting each other and just think together and
Totally.
do things.
You look, I have goose. What's in the top of your mind?
Children,
Children.
our future. What we are doing, it is for them.
It is for them. What is in the top of your mind? Someone else will contribute? Yes, please.
Just comes to my mind that we need to really bring the connecting the dots, bringing the finance system more, making it more close to the original change and the reality which is happening in the society. So I'm just thinking,
Thank you. At the very top, and then you're the next. What's in the top of your mind?
With regard to the last panel, which I appreciate very much, unfortunately, I believe as long as we are lucky enough to live in liberal democracies, I think the expectations raised were pretty much unrealistic. Governments will not think about, if I think about the Iceland case, for example, putting more money if something happens in unlike reasons, or putting more money in education, the French case, or putting money into long-term planning of disaster prevention and or disaster dealing with disasters. I think it's unrealistic to believe still.
Thank you. What's in the top of your mind?
Adaptation is very complex, but it also is a great opportunity to benefit society, to benefit economy, communities, and so on, because change is needed anyways.
Carmen, what is in the top of your mind?
Make the emissions that brought you all maybe here, make them count.
Yeah. You want to say something? What is in the top of your mind, Elena?
Balance.
Excuse me?
Balance.
Balance between
Adaptation and balance.
Oh, adaptation is balance. Yeah. Something else? Something else? What is in the top of your mind?
What decision will you take today that you will put in charge tomorrow, not waiting in 1 week or 1 month to do it?
Exactly. That would be, what would you do with your team? Morning, first thing. That would be the thing to think about in the fight. What is the top of your mind?
the need for climate justice, adaptation solutions, they are available, but unfortunately not accessible to everyone, especially in the global south, where the focus this time was not so much on, but climate justice.
Thank you. Someone else? Someone else? Someone else? Want to say what you are in the top of your mind?
Well, maybe one thing to add.
Yes, the last one.
So you mentioned cooperation, cooperatives. UN is working on a global year for cooperatives next year. So this could also involve adaptation. So make cooperation a reality by joining forces during such a year.
Thank you. Last one, la última.
Already made.
¿Pero has dicho ya? ¿Quieres otra?
Money goes for everybody. Get ready for climate change.
Isidoro Tapia, what is in the top of your mind as man of the bank? What do you bring home? Your homeworks.
And the top of my mind is that we knew that the afternoon session today was going to be great, and it was even above expectation. Esther told me a few days ago, this session is going to be an amazing session. Maybe we should move it. So maybe next time, Christian, what we should do is to take action immediately. And since we are planning to organize the Adaptation Days next year, this is something that we will take into account. We started the day with a message from the EIB president, which was a call for action. We have Alexander and Massimo presenting the EIB advisory offer. And we had Stephen presenting the nature-based solutions. And we had Vanessa presenting mission adaptation. And speaking about missions, I'm going to share a very short story. Something around more or less 1 year ago, we had an away day of the team, and we were asked by Alessandrina to generate new ideas. What can we do more? What can we do differently in several topics? Someone came up with this idea of organizing the first EIB Adaptation Days. My initial reaction, I must confess, was, okay, this is a great idea, but let's be honest, there is no way we are going to bring a big audience to Luxembourg to discuss about adaptation. So I thought it was going more difficult than landing a man on the moon. But our superpower was to have a team that didn't give up. So I'm going to ask for, that was Esther, that was Audrey, and that was the rest of the team. I'm going to ask for a big round of applause to all of them. And finally, to close the day and to close the event, the last dance, Edward Calthrop.
Goodness me, how can I possibly follow that? So I think the co-creation of the conclusions is far better than anything I could possibly say. You deserve a drink. I'm very happy if you stay for a drink. And I was thinking, Adina actually introduced the previous panel very modestly by saying she would be happy if there were, double the size of the panel were in the room. By the time we're down to this session, I'm apply the same metric. I'm happy if there's at least one more than me here. So facing this audience is huge. I'm going to be really, really, really fast. It's not the time for long conclusions. Isidora's done a fantastic job actually at concluding. And I think, in all seriousness, as EIB, we do need to go away and just take a little bit of time. Perhaps not by Monday morning, but we will go through. And I think there's a number of kind of specific areas where we know that we can learn from the discussions today. So I'm going to go 5. So we had 5 sessions. I'm going to go with Antonella. I'm going to try to keep to your high energy, short, punchy style. So I'm going to go. We've had 5 sessions. I'm going to try to do 5 quotations that stuck in my head, and it's going to go Twitter style, right? Because you all want to go for a drink, and then it gets boring, and I was just going to go all technocratic. Okay. Quote number 1: gobsmackingly bananas. We can't get around the fact that of the seriousness of the challenge. I've been in the climate field for a long time now. The headline of the UCA report that Europe has to prepare for 3 degrees. It's warming at twice the rate of the global average. So we have to get ready for 3 degrees, even if globally we meet 1.5 degrees. I don't think the market understands that. I don't think most, and Christian, you were talking about the first step being acceptance. I think we're very, very far away from that. So I'm not surprised when we heard from Standard & Poor's that only 25% of companies have adaptation plans, and when you actually look at them, 50% of those are not very good. I think we're a long, long way away from it. So the gobsmackingly bananas is the starting point. We have systemic risk in the system. And we know, I think Carmen, you spoke to that well in the last session, that systemic risk is going to be felt by the most vulnerable. What's the solution? The solution is long-term planning. Disley, you talked a little bit about, that we're not good at long-term planning for all kinds of reasons. It's beyond the political cycle. It's beyond the boardroom cycle. Okay, 4 to go. Next one up, the honest. So now I want to go to positive, but I think areas where I think I really got a sense out of the discussion of progress. 1, the honest conversation. So Elena from DG, from the Commission, spoke about that in the context of the communication, saying quite modestly, look, the communication is a way to start an honest conversation about where those risks are and who's bearing them. The good news is we have an EU legal framework. We're not starting from scratch. We have a huge amount of action that we've been talking about. We've got the sense of the reactions from the member states, from the cities, from the regions, from corporates. There's a lot of discussion around corporate disclosures. And we're getting traction through things like the EU budget. So the representative, Violetta, from ADIF was talking about how now the need to get EU funding is leading them within the Spanish infrastructure sector is leading to a very detailed discussion about how to deal with climate risks. So that honest conversation is starting. I think that's positive. We're not, obviously, I take the message from the last session. That conversation still needs to be developed, and there's issues around including people, including the humanitarian community into that conversation. Okay, next one up, the power of information. Carlo talked about this. Why can we be positive? There is lots and lots of now high resolution, detailed information, data, forecasts out there. And it's free. It is no longer acceptable as a big corporate or a public authority to have plans, investment plans, long-term plans that don't take that into account. Yes, there's uncertainty. We heard it's not perfect. We're not naive. We heard about the flash floodings. I mean, there's elements in all of that that's more difficult. But at broad brush, that information is there, and basically any promoter worthy of their salt needs to now be able to explain to their stakeholders, their shareholders, their customers, or if you're a public authority, your citizens, how you've taken that information into account. Alongside that, that's got to be, use that information to make good decisions, investment decisions in particular. And I think the other message I got out of a lot of the sessions was, if you like, an old-fashioned engineering. I'm looking at Brigitte now when she's always going, I'm an engineer, it's a sort of old-fashioned classical engineering. It's a systems approach, right? A lot of colleagues talked about that. It's not piecemeal little bits of ad hocery here and there. We did a system approach. You saw it illustrated very well in the Ischia case, naturally because it's an island, but you heard also a number of other colleagues talk about it. And I have to say, I actually was quite proud of some of the work that Jaspers has been doing to help clients think through a system-wide approach. Nearly done. More positivity. Okay. I'm going to move to funding now, and now I'm going to go with the quotation, positively medieval, from Felipe. He was using this not in a particularly positive context. He was saying, oh my goodness, even as a sophisticated metropolitan authority, they are really struggling to just understand where the pots of money are. Okay, I want to twist it into a different, I think I'm more positive. What I took out of the last 2 days, I think there's a lot of progress going on. I think for the big infrastructure side of things, the regulated utilities, I think the example with Enedis was really clear. Power of regulators, the access they have to capital. There's a lot of time spent talking about cities. That is more challenging. My heart goes out to Alfonso when he says, we have in the Basque Country, they have a really well-developed plan. It's 13 billion, and they're just not going to get that cash, and they don't know where to go. We heard some signs from McKinsey about ways to try to bring in the private sector. I think these are modest steps, but still very welcome. And then we heard a lot about the SMEs, the agri, and I think there actually the point I got was much more around the relationship with insurance. I think that was a very interesting point about the development of the insurance industry. And Magda, actually, from the Commission, then brought it all together in the discussion around this reflection group that the Commission has set up to really try to get the insurance industry and the finance industry to get those incentives correct. That's something I think we are looking forward to contributing to. My final quote that stuck in my mind reads like this: Pink Floyd concert. By which, what do I mean? I mean, we're not going to, we would love to turn the clock back. We would love to see Pink Floyd live. We're not going to, really? We're going to have a drink. Okay. It's not going to happen. And the point is we do need to, the point where what really came through about the need for ex-ante preparation, it's more cost effective than ex-post, but ex-post it will happen. And that's the consequence of the uncertainty. And we need, I think, what I took as a strong message there is being more structural, building in also the fact that, I mean, Shoni, the words echo there about it's the people, first and foremost, not the infrastructure, right? So it seems to me there's very clear lessons that we can begin to build into a more structured approach. So, to conclude, I think, as I say, challenge immense, structural, missing market, unpriced risk, nobody's owning it. However, I think there is lots of, what I took from the 2 days was this sense of conversation, action, experience, and I think traction and movement in all these areas. So I certainly go away more optimistic than when I joined. And on that note, I think I'm going to close. And I don't need to thank anybody. I think you thanked everybody. So I think, Anton, are we going to do a group round of applause? I think we should.
We should.
We should. Thank you all very much.
The last housekeeping message, right? Let's do the last housekeeping. The last housekeeping.
Drinks.
No. Yes. This is the last, but there are another two practical and very important before last, and are the material of this conference, the fully recorded 2 days of the conference is available in the bank YouTube channel immediately, I think immediately, or by tonight. If you have this urge to watch everything again, exactly in the weekend. Two, the slides of the presentation, even more important, and are available. I don't know if you're ready, but very soon, tonight, in the web of the event. So you will find everything there. So drinks are here outside, and there are some project clinic sessions. Those of you who have booked a session for now, you know who you are. You have received an Outlook confirmation with the space and the time and everything. I would like to say goodbye to people at home from that camera. Thank you very much. We now conclude the transmissions, and thank you for being there. We felt you very close. And what else should we say? Oh, a deep applause for our wonderful co-host, Isidoro Tapia.
And for Antonella, please. And we'll see you all in the second EIB Adaptation Days next year.
In another continent. See each other next year in another continent. Thank you.